You don't need Netflix, you don't need cable. Hop on YouTube, welcome to the hood table, where we chop up local and global events vocally. You don't really wanna miss out on these conversations. Just joke a little, laugh a little, get that wine in your system, fill your glass a little. Expose current events, talk trash a little. You never know, these opinions might clash a little. They addicted to the content, got them binge watching. You don't like it, then you want invited. Bet your friends watching in the house and your job parking lot before you clocking. They don't wanna miss a second of this HT content. Everybody think they got something to say, so it's an open invitation, bring it to the table. But if you come whack, just know we ain't buying in. We gon' probably turn you back and tell you sorry, try again. Yeah, welcome to the hood table. You don't need Netflix, you don't need cable. Yeah, welcome to the hood table. You don't need Netflix, you don't need cable.
Hello, hello,
There we go.
hello. I don't know what it is. This StreamYard, it keeps switching over to this other audio every time I end my shows, and it didn't used to do that. That's weird. Thank you, Mario. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't even know if y'all heard the intro music.
Wow.
Was I just up here bopping and shit to myself? Like you see them people walking down the street and you don't hear nothing. They just
Girl, them people, I be tripping. I'm like, do they got earbuds in or
they
are
be
they
up
just?
there doing the running man. Doing...
I seen a lot of that.
You said what?
I seen a lot of that in Hawaii.
Girl. Let me just first off say, Miss, shut shit down.
Yes, ma'am.
Your avatar is cute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yep,
Yes,
that was in
very,
Hawaii.
very cute. You got is that pearls? Is that pearls around the neck?
No, that was a necklace I had found here in Omaha in this little obscure store called Stella's.
Oh, okay.
It's off of 72nd Street, and I went in there. My kids were the ones that hit me to it, and my daughter browbeat me to take her there. So while I was in there with her, I kept seeing this necklace and earring set, and orange is my favorite color.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept looking.
Inside joke.
It is. But those that know me know that's my joint.
If you've been to any of our grown folks' parties, you know.
They know. But I kept walking by it and I kept going, no. And then finally I was like, you know what? I'm not going, nope, I'm going to treat myself. Because you know how it is as parents. We always, I could spend this money on this or I could buy that. But I'm like, you know what? I like it. Damn it. I'm going to get it. And
well, I like it. It's cute. I like it.
like,
yes, Mario said we heard the intro. I was bopping my head. Ow. That's what's good. That's what's good. Man, Carmen, I'm so glad you are here tonight because it's a few things I want to talk about, and some of the things are local, and Mario can chime in. I don't know why Mario don't never jump on the link.
Right, on the link. Why he's scared? He's scared.
Mario, hold on. Let me drop the link for anybody who wants to jump on the link, because it is Friday Night Live. And if y'all been following us long enough, you know that Friday Night Live means get it off your chest. Say it loud and proud. No holds barred. No topics off limit. We discuss anything and everything from the hood to the White House and beyond in my Buzz Lightyear voice. But hit the link, Mario, if you want to. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. I'll put the banner up and you can show me a face behind the banner so I can know you're not a troll, and then I'll put the banner back up. I'll put the banner down and you can turn your camera back off. But oh, he at work. I need you to retire like ASAP, Mario. He needs to retire. Okay. So anyway, he knows what I'm talking about. He had posted something on Facebook. He's retiring soon. Yes, from the food industry. I think he said it's been like 25 years.
Wow.
25 or 30 years. He's been at the same job, same industry, as a manager doing a damn thing. But yes, he said he's at work. All right. Don't be playing us at work too loud now, because you know we get rowdy on Friday Night Live.
Right. We are, what's that, NSFW or whatever, not safe for work.
Girl, not safe for work, for kids, for grandmas.
Well, hey, grandmas, hey, that's how we got here. Shit.
Oh, okay. So I guess they can sit in.
Grandma no. She ain't been saved all her life.
I know that's right. Girl.
Or maybe that was just my grandma. I don't know.
See, I'm gonna let her rest. My grandma used to be oh my God, I know where most of us in our family got it from. That's all I'm gonna say, because she used to be a little boy.
Anybody that knew Jewel Freeman knew that my grandma was off the chain up until the day she died. Period.
Girl, grandmas back in the day was no punk. Like these grandmas these days, they let these little whippersnappers, these little wannabe little thugs run around talking to them any kind of way. I'm like, I ain't ever gonna be that grandma.
Shoot. My grandma wouldn't have kid. She'd have snatched them little mothers up, slapped them, they mama and they grandma. And I ain't even bullshitting.
I'm an old school / new school parent. So I understand the times and the music and the clothes and all that kind of stuff. But I'm also the old school is as far as behavior, respect, you know what I'm saying? Open doors, pull out chairs, thank you, you're welcome.
Exactly. And I had to teach my daughter's friend that the other day. Her little best friend, they walk home together. And the little girl had to use the bathroom. Well, that's all well and fine. But I'm sitting out in the garden. She walked by me. She don't say nothing. Okay. You go in my house. You use my bathroom. You come out. You walk by. You don't say nothing. I said, hold on. Come here, baby. Come here. She's walking away. I said, no. Come back here. I said, let's establish one thing. When you're in Miss Keisha's yard, when you at Miss Keisha's house, you speak. To everyone you see, you speak. I said, now, that's something you need to remember when you are in my presence. You speak.
I remember when my kids was little, girl, and if you ever been over my house with my kids there, Carmen Diva, I don't know if you ever been over when my kids been there, but you 90% of the time don't know they're there. Because I understand kids can be kids, but I don't do all that yelling, screaming, shouting, running, jumping. Take your ass outside for that. When you in the house, you act like you got some damn sense because you ain't in no barn. So, like when they friends used to come over and stuff, they were knocking on the door. Miss Tanya, can we please come over? And I'm like, can we? I'm looking at them like, I don't know. We promise we ain't gonna run, we ain't gonna jump, we ain't gonna curse, we ain't gonna. All right. And they come run up in the house, be over for hours, just playing my kids inside and out the house, just having fun. But I always have that respect from my kids, not just them, but their friends, the neighbors' kids. They always knew we could go to Miss Tanya's house all the time, whenever we want, as long as we act like we got some sense. So yeah.
Exactly. And I don't have you know, most people, most kids who come over here, they know. I
Mm-hmm.
lay down I you know, just so there's no misunderstanding, I
Mm-hmm.
lay down the law for them.
Yep.
I let them know there will be no disrespect tolerated
Mm-hmm.
for me or anybody else in my yard or in my home, period.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't have respect for them or yourself, then you need to remove yourself.
Exactly. And I had to have a boy removed when my kids was younger. Well, not have him removed, but I basically told him he ain't welcome back. Not to my house on the block. You remember that dead end street I used to stay on? You ain't
Yep.
welcome on the block. And it was because his mouth was just so ruthless. And I'm like, I'm talking, he's probably fourth grade, fourth, fifth
Oh,
grade.
hell no.
He
Oh,
had the
no.
most worst potty mouth I'd have never heard from a kid. And I didn't do that cussing shit. Not the kids. Oh yeah, everybody know I cuss like a sailor. But when they come to
Right.
the kids, no. So after a while, I kept chastising him and trying to do it the right way. He kept on doing the cursing. I could hear him all through my windows. It's loud as hell cursing. So I told him, I said, I'm sorry, you can't come over no more. You're not welcome on the block. Mind you, everywhere we move, our house is like the playhouse for some reason. I don't know why, but they cling to my children and I. And so after a few weeks of him being basically the only one playing with himself, because all the kids is at our house every day, he groveled, came over one day, rung the doorbell, and he just started apologizing. I can see the little tears in his little eyes. He just started apologizing. I promise I won't curse no more if I can play over here with the kid. And I was like, you promise? And he was like, yeah, I promise. He never cursed that day. He would
But
even catch
you
himself.
know
He
what?
would catch himself and be like, ooh.
I had to teach her grandma a lesson
Mm-hmm.
because, see, the kid was acting up. And it wasn't that he was acting up, he acts out. And
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't going to use that as an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? No, you control your emotions. I understand you upset. I understand you angry. But you watch your outbursts
Mm-hmm.
because you're taking it out on things and people that do not deserve it. Now,
Right.
if you need to talk it out, come and talk to me. You
Mm-hmm.
know, this kid comes and talks to me any other time. So, yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Come and
So,
talk to me. I really. Oh, hold up. I don't know why that's on.
yeah.
Go
But
ahead.
I had told the kid, I said, you know, you're banned from the yard for today.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow you can come back, but today you need to go. He was so hurt, so upset. Oh, he was heartbroken. And the next day, he's sitting there in the parking lot, but he will not cross over into my yard. And I'm like, what's going on? My grandma said I can't come over there. Okay, I'm cool with that. If that's what your grandma said, that's fine. But she was telling him he couldn't come over here at all. I'm like, I banned you for the night, not forever, baby. I said, but if your grandma told you you can't come, I'm not going to tell you to come over here. And I felt so bad because he would sit right there at the corner of my yard and watch all the other kids playing. Because, you know, my kids, it's Playland Central over here. They got all kind of shit over here. And he's sitting there by himself. And I finally called his grandma. I said, you ain't hurting nobody. After about a week, I sat there and watched this child, and it was killing me. And I said, you not hurting nobody but your grandchild. That's your grandson hurt. I said, look out the window at him when all the other kids is playing in my yard, and he's sitting there, and he can't participate. You ain't hurting nobody but him. You not hurting me. Because
And
my
did she
kids,
know why you banned them that one day? Did you talk to her about that?
yeah, I told the mama too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know me, I'm gonna tell you.
So she must have been one of those parents who's like, okay, well, she banned you, said you can't come to her house. Don't go back over there then. She must have been
Yeah,
one of those instead of, okay, you got to abide by the rules when you at people's homes, you know?
right. Right. Now the thing is, since this kid has been around me, and I'm not even playing. You can ask my daddy. You can ask anybody that's ever met this kid. They like he has grown so much. He has he does have a disability, but not one that should hold him back. They got mad at me because this boy was in like third grade and couldn't even he didn't know his address or phone number. I said, so what happens if you get lost? I asked him what his phone number was. He said 7. That
And that's
hurt me.
something I demanded of my children to memorize when they were like in first kindergarten. Like, you got to know your address, you got to know your phone
Right,
number.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was working with him. I went out, spent my money, bought this child workbook. I bought cards and made flashcards so he could learn like sight words. Like, okay, this is a doorbell. This is how you spell doorbell, you know, and all kind of stuff. Working, they was like, um, the mama came out. My grandma said, that's okay. You don't need to help him. We got it. Obviously, you don't. But this is your child. So I'm going to step back and let you do what you do. I'm just another adult that cares about your child and trying to help. But I'm going to step back and let you parent. And unfortunately, that's something that we have to learn how to do is not get mad at the situation. I mean, I was mad because I truly had just the best of intentions to try to help this child. I was mad that they were not allowing somebody to assist them in teaching this child. And but after talking to, my parents and my mister, it was like they were like, you gotta be hands off. That's not your son. You gotta let them do what they do for that kid. But you know
Yep.
what? The kid kept coming back and wanting to learn, asking me to make him more than flashcards and stuff like that.
Takes a
Because
village.
exactly.
Takes a village. Take a village. I'm all about I'm all about doing for other people's children that might be in my neighborhood. Um Especially if, because I know what it's like to be poor. Like, some people think like you dragging it. Like when you say I grew up poor, some people think you dragging it. I'm like,
No,
no, I know what it's like to be poor. Like to be
I
walking
was
down
told.
to the Goka Center every weekend with my mama, embarrassed with trash bags, and coming back with a whole bunch of hand-me-down clothes, carrying them over my damn bag like I'm in Africa carrying some damn bags of laundry or some shit on my head. I mean, I was like always embarrassed. I mean, the bread, butter, cheese line. I mean,
You was embarrassed by that, but when my mama would go and get the bread, I mean, get the butter and the cheese, girl, shit, I was happy. That was a happy day.
I mean, I'm like, okay, bread, butter, cheese. Okay, that wasn't like nothing to be embarrassed about for me then, because I didn't even know that's what poor people ate. I just thought, you know what I mean?
I knew, I knew enough
Got
to
it.
know
You know
that
what I'm
it was
saying?
commodity. I knew enough that it was commodity cheese, but shit, that was some of the best damn cheese ever.
And I
I
didn't know
still,
that there was something else. That's what I'm saying. When you eat that all the time, unless you going over to somebody's house who's like got way more than you or something, and you see all these other different brands. Like this, all I saw in the hood, in my friends' homes, in my family members' homes. The commodity cheese and all that shit. So that didn't phase me. It was walking down the street with free shit all the time. People looking and laughing, and everything came from the Goodwill. Our furniture came from. I mean, we was eating the same thing for like every day.
Hey, but
Beans, hot dogs,
there
like
were times,
hot
look,
dogs and
I'm not
spaghetti,
even
hot
saying
dogs
there were
and
summers. There
hot
were
dogs and
summers
macaroni.
we didn't even
Girl,
have we didn't even have electricity. We
oh no,
literally we
I
ate
I
chicken
understand.
every day. My mama grilled chicken every day.
Our motherfucking stove was our furnace. And when we was out, when our water got shut off, we ran water hoses in the middle of the night to neighbors' houses. You ain't
Yeah,
supposed
when
to do
our
that.
water got cut off, our
You
neighbor
ain't
let us
supposed to
get
do
water
that.
from her. No, our neighbor let us get water from her. But I mean, shit, like you said, we would sit there. That was
Yeah, we was poor. So when I say we poor, you feel me. A lot of people be like, "Oh, I was poor," but then you listen to their story, and they like, "What you talking about? You
I'm like, we sit
had it
in the
good."
house with candles doing playing shadow puppets
Yeah, I'm
and
talking
playing.
about.
Literally, my mama found a guitar at the Goodwill with 3 strings on it, and we would sit there and entertain ourselves with that.
Girl, I'm talking about. Remember the old washer from like I Love Lucy, the one where
Oh
it has
God,
the roller
uh,
wheel, and you gotta stick the clothes through there to
to
rinse,
ring it through, yep,
to
to ring it out.
ring it through. That's where they got that shit. Ratchet through. That's where they got that shit from. The old people.
Mhm.
But yeah, we was poor. We didn't get a normal washer till I was damn
Where
near
did this?
graduated high.
Where did this ghost come from?
I don't know, but child, look at him. Oh, did y'all get that?
Look at him.
I know
Look
you saw
at
it.
him.
You saw
Look
the
at
post
him.
tag y'all on Karma Diva on Facebook.
Mm-mm. I ain't even
As
look.
soon
I
as I
gotta
seen
go.
that picture of that dude and his tongue, I immediately thought about her.
CP, what's up, baby? How you been?
Can he hear us?
I think he hear me. He just
I
ignoring me.
think he's ignoring us. Yeah, he's ignoring us. Well, let me read some of the comments in the chat. Mario said it does take a village. He said he had at least 5 extra aunts, uncles, grandmas on the block. Hey, Tony Dimples, what up? She said she was going to be through to support us tonight. What's up, Tony Dimples? And
But yeah,
Mario
Mario, I had all of that. I mean, on my block where I grew
said,
up
what
at,
happened? Oh,
I don't. He must not have had no sound.
I don't
But
know.
where I grew up, literally, I grew up in the middle of the had. When I say the block was sold up, I couldn't have done shit if I wanted to. Directly across the street from me was a cousin. Next door to her was her mama, which was my aunt. And next door to her was my other aunt, which was her sister. Up the block was um, my other aunt, her son and his family. And then, God rest the dead, but the Daltons, they grew up, well, Jackie grew up with my daddy. And, so hell, Jackie had been knowing me since I was conceived. And
What I couldn't
you
do on the block, I did on another block.
we see
I'm
all my people was with me. And then look, check it out. Around the block
It's
from me,
a nice sized city. It was plenty areas.
around the block from me was Ronnie Lucas and Pastor Lucas. They grew up
Girl,
around
see,
the
we
block
got
from me.
no, we was in the streets. Like we be on the block
No,
too, but no, we were on the
no.
streets. We used to walk all the way from like Hilltop to like South Omaha. We would walk from like the mall
Oh,
to
hell
24th
no.
Street. We was all over the city. This was before the car days, before
I
we was
know.
even old enough to drive, we would be all over the city. Like if we missed a
I
bus
remember
to
one
school,
time.
we would
Nope.
walk to South High School to go to school from North Omaha. Like we walked a lot. Shoot.
No. I remember one time. One time I thought I was grown. And it wasn't that I was grown, but it was me and like 5 of my homegirls. We all together. And it was a Friday night and I was about 12. And we walking around. Now, mind you, we grew up on 37th Street, down the street from North High. So we done walked all the way up by Fields Foodway. We done came up Ames. We done walked down by the park. We come around. Now, typically on a Friday, we would be in my homegirl Gabby's grandparents' house. We usually be in their basement just chilling. But that day, I don't know what got up on us, but we decided we were gonna walk. Oh, honey, I got home. My mama was like, "You okay?" I said, "Yeah." She gave me a hug and this and that, squeezed me. I still remember like it was yesterday. And I'm looking like, the hell is wrong with her? She said, "Here, go ahead. I done ran you a bath. Go and get in the tub." I said, "Okay." I get in the tub. Mama said, "You getting out of the tub?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "You safe?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "You ain't now." She came in that bathroom with that switch braided up with them leaves on the tip and told my wet ass up. I dare you at 12 years old.
Those were the worst whippings when you wet. Oh, hell.
I dare you come in this house at 12 years old after midnight again. I dare you. Girl, shit.
Shit.
My black ass.
And around that age, I couldn't be out that late, but around probably, I want to say 15. Yeah, we didn't really have a curfew. My brothers never came home. We was like, long as we got up and went to school the next day, and we, long as we came home, it was like she wasn't waiting up for us.
No, no. My mama did not play. She was the meanest 5'2". Well, she was 5'3". Let her tell it, but she was really 5'2".
My mom, she was straight with us, but once we got a certain age, it was just like it ain't like we was walking around disrespecting her or cussing her or nothing like that. We was just like,
I mean, I wasn't doing none of that either, but I
we got
wasn't putting
tired
trouble
of.
in. But I did leave out of my mom's house when I was 13.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I moved in with my dad. That wasn't necessarily a better situation, but
Girl, I felt like a motherfucking Mormon when I was growing up. We might as well have been Jehovah's Witnesses. Shoot.
it
I
was, but it
mean,
wasn't. I say financially, it was a better situation, and I wasn't. There's a word for now that parentification, where you are. I mean, but hell, that was what was
well, you know
expected
what
of
I said
you,
the other day, Karma Diva? I said that
because
a lot
I
of our
was that
parents
last
would be in
kid.
jail for the rest of their lives if the
Right,
shit that some of them did to us back then, they did now.
right. Like
And
I
I'm gonna
was,
keep it honest. I'm gonna keep it honest. It was times where I know I was abused. Shoot, I know my brothers was abused. I know my neighbors was abused. Shoot, we all was abused
I
back in
wouldn't
the
even
day.
say I wouldn't even say
We
physical.
was abused back in the day.
I got whooping. I got a lot of whooping.
Same
I
here.
did.
Same
I
here.
did. And my mama was one of them mamas. She whatever the fuck she picked up, that was what you got hit
Remote
with.
control, broom, skillet,
No, it
extension
wasn't.
cord, fly swatters, racetracks. Girl.
Girl, my mama broke have you ever seen a Texas fly swatter?
Mm-mm.
It's a novelty thing. They real huge. I would have to send you a picture of it. But they over exaggerate how big Texas flies is, and so the fly swatter is extra huge.
Okay.
She actually broke one of them whooping me.
Ooh. Man, and the boy, I know in my skin when I see whelps and a little blood. Man, I'm telling you, a lot of us was abused back in the day. But see, when my kids was coming up, I told you this before. I used to keep a magnet on the refrigerator. Every house we moved in, that magnet stayed on that refrigerator, and it was a CPS number. And I was like, if y'all ever think y'all being abused, there's the number right there.
I tell them, when
Y'all
my kids
ever think y'all being abused, there's the number right there. You call them, and I'll see you when you turn 18. Because the day that you call the cops on me saying I'm abusing you, when I know I'm not doing half the shit that used to get done to us when we was growing up, I said, be the day that you gonna go on for your own to whoever house wherever they send you. I'll see you when you turn 18 or
Look,
later if you want
I
to see
said
whatever.
I didn't even tell them to call. I
Yeah.
told them I was gonna call the people. I'm gonna call the people and take a vacation. Here, they can come get you. Let's get you packed up, and I'm gonna take a vacation. I said,
Yep.
now when you go with them people, let's see if they treat you as good as your mama do. Period.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if you go on the vacations you do, get the toys, the gadgets, the clothes, the food. How many of your friends eat crab legs on a regular?
Mm-hmm.
This when I'm like, y'all little. We go out to eat
What is
all
Kurt?
the
What is he talking about in the chat? He said,
I don't
Huskers,
know.
Huskers win, go Big Red, go Big Red.
Are they even playing today? I thought
God,
they
child,
both won.
I thought they played. I thought they played tomorrow.
I have not
I
watched
don't
the
know. I know
game.
they got a win last week. Their first win in like 25 years. No,
Whatever.
I'm dragging it. I'm dragging it. But let me read some of these comments again. Let's see. Where did I end off? Oh, yeah. Mario said his grandma didn't play that running around shit. She said, "I better not see nor hear you." But he said, did you see what he said about his crew? When I said don't be playing us too loud, he said my crew love y'all.
Oh, thank you.
Then he said my grandmama, God rest her soul, was a pimp. P-I-M-P.
That's where I get it from, baby.
He said they just beat Rutgers by 1 point. Sorry. Okay, that's what's up. Go Big Red. Go Big Red. Woo, 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 woo.
Oh, yeah, my kids used to scream that every damn touchdown. We would just be screaming that. You could hear us from down the block.
I remember the days when they used to be winning like all the time. I'm telling you, I remember when I used to stay on 4-8, the high riders, before they turned them into, what did they turn it into? Some type of community thing over there.
It's the, I know somebody, they changed it.
Right. Over there in the hood by all the apartments, by apartment city.
My mom used to live over there.
Yeah, I stayed on 4-8 and I remember vividly, like we would be out on the patios, running up and down the halls outside. Cause in the apartments, the high rises, the hallways was on the outside of the building.
Yeah.
So we would be running. I mean, everybody in the building screaming at the top of our lungs, we won, man. We used to be like mad, crazy Husker fanatics. And then they just stopped winning. So I was like, go Big Red.
Well, that has a lot to do with all the coaching changes. Think about think about in
the last 10 years.
I was gonna say in the last 10 to 15 years, we done had about 6 coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not usual for Nebraska football, where we have.
That's what it is, Mario. Sorry, Carmela. That's what it is. North Star. No, not North Star.
No, it's not North Star.
North
Star is
Mario.
Street. It's something else. It's like urban housing or some shit like that.
North Star is across from
where the field used to be.
Yeah, that's where the field used to be, because behind North Star, there's those apartments, and then behind those apartments and duplexes, there was the high riser, and the high riser is still there. It's like 5 or 6.
One set of them is.
You said it's called what?
No, I was saying one set of them is still there.
Yeah, but no, you said the name. You said the name might be what? You said something about community or something.
Oh, like some kind of like urban housing.
It was like urban league, urban house. It's something like that. But we used to call it the high risers. Or we'd be like, we going on 4-8. If anybody said we going on 4-8.
During the day it was cool over there. At night, man, it was Buck Wild City over there.
When?
Girl, I'm telling you, when my mama stayed there.
It was ghetto as hell.
It was ghetto, but I mean, at night, girl,
we used to clown over there. Like,
I bullshit you now. One night, about 3:00 in the morning, this lady screaming, running down the hall, and I'm like, "What?" She was like, "Help! Banging on doors." I look out the window. This woman is butt naked, and this dude is chasing her with a knife, and I'm like, "Yep, I ain't opening the door." I didn't live there. I was just over there visiting my mom. And actually, mom was at work, so I was just there with my brother. And I was like, yep, I ain't answering the motherfucking door.
I'm telling you, we were so ghetto when we stayed in 4A in the high rises. We would now you know how far the doors of the apartment building are from the street.
Yeah.
We would take all our tables from out of our houses, our apartments, and bring them to the street. And we sit out there all night playing music, cards, dominoes, everything. Just ghetto. Like it is like the people across the street lived in all those nice houses.
You're right. And you know what? One of the ladies that lived across the street was the Reverend Wade's niece.
Mm-hmm.
She lived across the street there for a long time. She just passed away about a year or two ago.
Girl, I don't know how those people that lived across from us stayed there in those homes, because we used to be this ghetto, like so brokish, so oh my God. Memories though. But yeah, it was Boyd Street, it was Sprague Street, Taylor, all those blocks over there in on 48th Street. They was lit all the time back in the day. And when I say lit, I mean it was shooting, it was everything under the sun on there.
I mean, it was always some kind of crack fire around the block, and
it was all like, kind of shit. Mm-hmm. But speaking of drugs, that's why I was thankful that you jumped on with me tonight, because I need an explanation. Mario said, "Have your ass in the house before the street lights came up." Mm-hmm.
No, man. I never had that. Though. I never had that. I heard it, but like I said, my block, and then my uncle. My uncle was a big, like 6'9" dude, like 350 pounds. But he moved quietly. You would not know Uncle Leon was even there unless he lit a cigarette or he said something to you. But he was always watching. He would sit on either in his car or he would sit on the porch and just watch everything in the neighborhood all night long.
When I was growing up, the uncles and them, the aunties, the older cousins, they was all in the streets, all gangs, drugs, just all kind. I mean, that's just the environment I grew up in. Even though, like I was talking to somebody the other day, I was talking to bro, and I said, "Bro, it's crazy how we literally grew up in church, but we still was in the streets at the same time." Like, because it's like when you have so many people close to you and your family and stuff, you can't help but at least be in the streets sometime. So it's like you can't say you in church on the pew all the time. I mean, we found ways to be out there kicking it and shit. And it's not hard when your family just be like, "Hey, where y'all going? I'm coming with you. Then you get there and be like, "Oh shit, that's what y'all be doing."
Between my grandma and my mama, girl, when we was not, we wasn't trying to die young. We were
and see,
not.
That's how I was with my kids. I kept them involved in sports. I kept them on a tighter leash. They still had they could go with their friends, different things like that. But it wasn't like when we was younger. Like we could literally leave the house and come back 4 or 5 hours later. We had no cell phones. I mean, we hardly had a home.
My grandma wouldn't even let us play with other kids in the yard.
We hardly had a cell phone.
It was enough of us. It was enough for us. So she wouldn't even let other kids in the neighborhood come and play with us. It'd be kids literally live next door to us, and she wouldn't let them come in the yard to play with us.
Oh yeah, we had to play with our neighbors and stuff like that. And we had a basketball court on the other side of the Prince's house. It was, matter of fact, it wasn't even a real basketball court. It was a dirt basketball court. The court where I beat up that girl, the cross-eyed girl. But we played over there. Don't get me started. We played over there after school sometime. And sometimes we just ran, we'll have races or play curveball, things like that. But I still did other shit too. But I want to come back to the drugs because I want to discuss what the president is trying to do and discuss what Pete Ricketts had to say about it. And I want to start off. I don't know. Did you see Precious McKesson's video on Facebook?
No.
Okay, so let me
on Facebook like that.
Okay, well, let me play it real quick for you.
You know, Precious, my girl. We go
Yes,
way back.
it is. That's our girl. Yes, I love me some Precious. So I just want to play a little bit of what she was or what she had to say about this for what President Biden is trying to do with marijuana. So I'm gonna hit play and then I'm gonna hit mute.
Because I can't. I just read the full statement from President Biden. And so I had to come live because number one, this is something that is so historical. Let me know if y'all can hear me because I only got a few minutes before I run another errand. But I had to come because I had to just talk about how significant this what President Biden has just done. And I know they big mad. I mean, Lord, they were suing the folks for getting student loan cancellation. Now you know they about to sue the folks now that black and brown folks about to be able to have a clear path to victory. Not saying it's gonna be fully clear, but they're now in the process of being able to restore I don't know. I'm just so excited to restore so much for people who have been convicted of these minor offenses for marijuana. And so, you know, he is pardoning all prior federal offenses of simple marijuana possession. They're, baby, let me tell you, the many people who have been denied jobs, housing, food stamps, can it get people who have been denied federal student loan aid can now be able to qualify for that due to the fact that President Biden is pardoning all prior federal offenses of simple marijuana possession. Then he talks about the fact that marijuana is classified higher than heroin and sometimes in fentanyl. So we have people in prison or people who have these offenses for simple marijuana, and it's crazy to think that. And I say this, and I say this all the time. We pass all these marijuana bills, and we want to legal, so we're looking at legalizing it, but we always got to look at the impact of the people who have been impacted for this prior to this. And I always say that because I mean, we can pass all the bills we want, but if we're not taking care of, we're making it legal, but then the people who have had to suffer because of this, now they still got to sit there with it. And I've never thought that was fair. So just the fact that, man, what President Biden has done, I mean, y'all can say what y'all want about President Biden, okay? Y'all can say what y'all want. But there's going to be so many people who are able to benefit from this, just like the people from the student loans. They're going to sue, but so what? So I just wanted to come on here and just, because I took a minute to actually read everything. And I just want y'all to research this. Look at this, what's going to happen. Because again, so many people who have been denied employment, housing, education, food stamps, because they have these marijuana possession offenses on their record, will now be able to, if they were federal offenses. And so I think that now goes back to where he's asking the governors to pardon the simple state. So now we have the federal part, but now we have to fight for that local, that state part. And I think it will benefit so many people. So
Okay. I'm trying to just make sure I understand what's going on here because so many people are saying this is a great thing. This is a great thing. You know, people are going to be, pardoned and they'll be able to do this and do that and do this. But then it's like, Pete Richards, he came out and he was saying things like, he said regarding the federal pardon, the White House said that no one is currently in federal prison solely for simple possession, but that the pardon could help thousands overcome obstacles to renting a home or finding a job.
Yeah.
Do you
See, and
go
I
ahead?
think what he's saying, there's nobody that's currently in there for simple marijuana distribution or whatever.
Possession. Not they
Yeah,
didn't even talk
possession.
about
Okay.
distribution or intent. They're just talking about possession.
Well, see, they can't. No, it's conspiracy. They can't do anymore because remember they was locking everybody up. I know somebody that got locked up for 30 years for conspiracy.
Right, but this has to
Conspiracy.
do with just simple
But,
possession.
right, right.
But they're saying ain't nobody in prison for simple possession. They're either in there for conspiracy, intent, stuff like that. So that's why I'm
Mm-hmm.
confused. Like, I
Um.
maybe I'm not understanding. That's why I'm like,
So maybe it's. I think that may be something that's retroactive. Then that's
mhm.
more for the people who, like you said, they are. These are people, or like she said, these are people who have been impacted previously by they they've had drug convictions, minor drug convictions previously, and are now facing or have been facing um problems getting stable housing, food, jobs, things like that, where it goes back and it takes it off their record, but I mean it don't help for the suffering.
So basically, they're saying because if there's nobody in prison for simple possession, basically what they're saying is people who were in jail
Previously.
in the past for possession that's been out, who might have that still on their record.
Hmm.
Because in the past, they did used to put people in jail for just you sitting in your car, you smoking. Do you remember? Okay, I
I
can
remember,
recall many times when we used to be on the Deuce doing like Omaha Day or whatever, and people would be
man,
sitting in their car smoking, and the cops be walking up all down the street, and they would like be giving people tickets and arresting people and stuff for having like a blunt or whatever. So I know it did used to happen. So maybe that's what they mean. The people who are not in prison but still might have that on their. Is that what?
I think that may be what it is. Um, but if there's no, but the law. I mean, think about it because, like she said, the the feds can only do so much. They can only take care of the federal. They cannot come into the state and do it. So it's still up to Rick and all of them old cronies down there
Yeah, they said
to.
that the Nebraska Attorney General Doug Peterson and Ricketts, they were saying stuff like they said where is it? They said they basically they're blasting or lambasting. I don't know what the hell that means, but Biden's decision to pardon Americans convicted of simple possession of marijuana under federal law. And Biden said the move reflects his position that no one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana. So Ricketts and them is saying, and then Biden, he's calling on these governors to issue similar pardons for those convicted on the state marijuana offenses, which make up most marijuana possession cases. So
Right.
Ricketts and them said that the president must be misinformed and ill-advised regarding the issues surrounding marijuana, because he said they say no one is incarcerated in Nebraska state correctional system simply because of marijuana possession. And then even they said on a federal level that nobody is incarcerated just on a marijuana possession. So that's why I'm kind of confused. I'm like, I don't get it. I'm like, is this
It's
a
got to
good
be
thing,
something.
really?
It's got to be so that these people can get um,
Hey, bro.
access to federal programs. That's what I'm thinking. It has to be so that they can have access to federal programs that they have been denied. But it's if you really think about it, it's not helping because most of the most of the convictions or most of the possessions that these people possess are state level, and the Fed can't do nothing about it. That's state, and only the state can take care of that. And these old Republican motherfuckers ain't finna do nothing about it.
And
Because
here in Nebraska, we'll be the last state standing to ever get it even legalized.
Right, because they so old and staunchy and dead set against it, and because it would probably even the playing field.
But it's crazy when you think about it, Carmel Diva, because the states that are making so much money, like there's so many states. You know how it's always been. Marijuana, they've always said it was illegal. So the government was never getting any money for it off like taxes and shit like that. But
they wasn't getting money from taxes, but when they would sit there and confiscate, when they would confiscate that money, they would keep it in their coffers. They wasn't turning that money back over. That's just like people they would pull over on the side of the road traveling. If they had more than what was it, $10,000 on them, then they would automatically confiscate it.
But imagine how much more money they could get if it was legalized. They could get all that money from taxing instead of, okay, we might catch somebody this day, we might catch somebody that day. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand. They could profit so much. And I don't even smoke the shit. I don't smoke shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not against legalizing.
My thing is, more people have died from alcohol, which is legal, than they have from fucking marijuana.
Right. Very true.
Marijuana has been around since the beginning of time.
What the fuck you call himself tonight? Badass Bishop Bronco Billy Gonzalez.
I don't even want to know.
Who the hell?
I don't want to know. Don't look.
Billy.
We have a rule in my home. It is called rule number 1.
What is it?
Rule number 1 is you don't ask questions. And the reason why, because when somebody get to trying to explain to you, you just end up with a fucking headache.
So there's a fucked up expression like,
right, you get a fucking headache. So rule number 1, you don't ask questions.
I should have hit Precious up and asked her to jump on here. But bro, what do you think about the what we were just talking about the marijuana and the pardoning of simple possession? Like
it sounds good on the federal level. It sounds good, but
but there's not even anybody in prison.
Right. So what's the point?
For simple. See, that's what I'm like. Okay, so first when he said it, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even smoke weed. I mean, everybody has done it in the past, but girl, it's been forever and a day. So if I was just excited though, because I'm like, oh my God, so many people who went to jail for, and I have to really listen to it because I'm thinking at first, okay, people are selling people. I'm like, okay, no, he's saying people with simple possession, people who just smoke it out of extracurricular activities. And when they said ain't nobody in prison for just possessing it, and then when Ricka said ain't nobody even in the Nebraska prisons for just possessing it. So I'm like, is Trump, is he playing in our face? Not Trump, but is Biden playing in our face?
Pretty much.
I don't know, bro.
I mean, like I said, if you think about it, what is the point? What's the point of him doing it?
He's trying to pull one. They think he got dementia, or he think he got what they call it, not dementia, but is that it? Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's.
I don't know.
But it sounds good, but my thing is this: when I see the government on any level of it, giving some kind of concession, some kind of bullshit here, we giving you this. Watch what's happening in the background. Start paying attention to other shit that's going on. Because see, when they giving you something like that, they got some other shit they doing in the background. They giving you this to dangle in front of you, and the smoke and mirrors. You gotta watch that. So I don't trust it. I mean, like I said, it sounds good, and I hope it does benefit a lot of people, because I know so many people that it could help, or it would have helped back in the day.
And that's why I'm thinking he has to mean people who were arrested back in the day for simple possession, but who still might have it on their record for just possessing marijuana. That's what it had to be. But still, yet, if that is the case, there were a lot of people incarcerated because of that stuff. Back
it
in the
was.
day.
And now there's and hopefully now that there are allowances for them to get some kind of federal aid, which would be the only good thing I see from this. Otherwise, I mean, what would be the point in doing this?
Exactly.
If nobody's in there on simple marijuana charges.
Right. And I'm telling you, I didn't even think about it. I mean, I saw Precious post and I was like all excited because she posted this like 36 hours ago or something, when he first announced it. And I was like, oh, this is big. This is huge. This is big. But then when I started reading articles that came out afterwards, I was like, is it really?
Right. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. I mean, like I said, on the one hand, if it's going to be something that people and then you got to think some of these people who were impacted by these drug laws from back in the day, a lot of them, the charges may have fallen off by now, or the statute limitations is run out, so they getting benefits anyway.
Right.
And I think, and it just occurred to me while I was sitting here talking, he was the one that helped to write he was the one that wrote the super predator bill, the 3 strikes rule in the first place.
Right.
So maybe this is some kind of hope for redemption for what he's done in locking up so many Black and brown people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at my while we talking here, I'm just looking at I have to do some copyright strikes again. It's just crazy. I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to do 5 copyright strikes today.
Damn.
Because remember last time I told you guys that I'm a Amazon affiliate, right?
Yeah.
So I do reviews on Amazon products and stuff, and I get paid for that every month. And so some people who are also affiliates and YouTubers, they be taking my videos and uploading them as their own. So YouTube, what they do, regardless of what kind of video, we could be talking about this video right now. YouTube, if they realize that another content creator, aka another YouTuber, has uploaded a portion of your content, they send you messages. They send you notifications saying, this YouTuber, what do you want us to do about it? Do you want to allow it? Do you want to have it removed immediately, which means they get a copyright strike, which means they can't go live for a certain amount of time, and depending on how many copyright strikes you might have already on you, you could get your whole channel snatched away for good.
They ain't going live as it is.
And no. I mean, they could be going live. You know what I'm saying? They could go live, or they could go live and play your stuff, or they could just upload it. But
I'm saying, because if they playing your stuff, they ain't live. They
no,
playing
that's why sometimes when people come on here and say, play this video, is that a YouTube video? Nope, I'm not doing it. Because unless you have like very good relationships with a person, a YouTuber, who y'all might have like some non-spoken agreement or maybe verbal about sharing each other's content, don't ever do that. I tell YouTubers who are new that all the time. Because especially bigger YouTubers, some people might think it's petty, but content is content and people get paid for their content. Now, as smaller YouTubers on one hand, I'm like this. I'm barely, my channel only has like, we ain't even reached 5K yet. We on our way.
Getting this shit. Remember, we were trying to get 100.
Right. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not Tasha K. I'm not getting thousands every month. So when people is taking my content, it's like, come on now, you taking bread away from me. You taking, you know what I'm saying? So, and it's like common sense. If you taking my reviews from off of Amazon and you using them to get paid by Amazon, come on now, who gonna allow that?
Right.
So this ain't the second time, this ain't the first time, this ain't the third, this is probably the 15th, 20th time I didn't have to notify YouTube and say, take it down immediately. And sometimes, remember I told you, sometimes they email me and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, or please take the copyright strike back, because you can take a copyright strike back.
Nope, I'm keeping it on there.
And I'm like, are you serious? And most of them be in foreign, most of them be like foreign names, like the YouTube channel. You know how some of them YouTube channels, they be have like foreign crazy names. And they just channels and they just put other people's content on. That's all they play is other people's content on their channel.
It'd be like the Russians, the Sudanese, not Sudanese.
Girl, you should see the comments under the videos. I be reading the comments. People are like, "Oh, great video, awesome work," and I'm like, "That's my shit." They ain't did nothing. They ain't created that. They didn't test the product. They didn't pay for the product. Because every Amazon product that I review, I have to buy it. Like I just did a review on the string fairy lights, the icicles that I just had put up around my entire house for Christmas. I put them up early before it started getting too cold. I thank God I did, because we woke up, it was 35 degrees.
Look, your nephew over here getting mad, talking about it is October.
Man, when we woke up this morning, I had hit one of the guys that do work around my house for me. I hit them a month ago, and I said, as soon as it get October, I want my lights up, because I have a feeling it's going to be a very cold winter here.
It and was I'm not waiting today. I actually had to turn the heat on to knock the chill out, and shit, I ain't never turned it back off.
I woke up in my house at 68 or 67 degrees. I was chilly walking to the bathroom. You know, I work from home. So it's like, I'm not about to sit up here freezing, typing all day. Shoot, in my house, in my office. So I turned that heat on 71.
Well, yeah, my heat is on 70. It stays on 70 year round.
Yep. Ours usually in the winter times like 71. It's usually about 70, 71. But yeah,
and I mean, if we hit that, I mean, if we hit below freezing, maybe I'll hit 72, 74. And it don't go no higher than that, because my house get hot because it's brick.
Yeah.
So it get hot fast.
And my house is brick, but it got it is very well insulated. That's I appreciate that. Whoever
I wish mine was
remodeled it, and it's insulated really well. But
in your yard looking cute. I just rode by there the other day.
Yep. And I got brand new furnace, brand new AC. I got all that stuff. So that also helps with the energy bills. But yeah, girl, I had to do 5 more copyrights. So I'm just reading the email from YouTube, because after you request it, it usually gets taken care of in like 15, 20 minutes. So I'm just getting the feedback. So I'm expecting some responses from these YouTubers to hit me up in my email or something like, please take the copyright strike back. I'm like, man, come on now. This is just common sense.
I'm
This
just trying to make a
we
little money for my
trying to get to
family.
5K. We trying to make that money like these bigger YouTubers. We trying to do that.
Right. We all out here struggling.
Thank you. Like I said before, I get more money from Amazon every month than I get from YouTube. And that's crazy. But when it comes to Amazon, a lot of people like to buy shit. And a lot of people like when they look at the reviews, some people like to see the videos. That's why I do so well with my videos. Because I give vivid descriptions of the products and all that kind of stuff. So
I
my
should do
videos,
that hell as many Amazon packages come to my damn house.
I be telling people all the time. If you
Between me
a
and my
social media influencer, that sign up to be an Amazon affiliate because they look for social media influencers. And you can
between
get
me and my son, shit, we get. I mean, this packages all the time.
yeah, I'm always ordering from Amazon. Hell, I ordered another box of pull-em-ups for my grandbaby the other day and just got them in the mail because that's where I get my pull-ups. I get the big, super, super big boxes from Amazon. But I order stuff from them all the time, and I
My
just ordered
son
some Christmas
ordered me
decks.
a nice little table. It's for me to put my CPAP on next to my bed.
Girl, I be
And
ordering all kind of
it's
shit.
you look. I mean, the table is nice. It's got like little racks underneath it, and
Mhm,
then the top part is like parted in the middle, and
mhm.
you can lift one side of it up, and it's a charging station on the inside of it.
Hey, Deborah. Deborah, my cousin, she's watching us on Facebook. She said, "Hey, Carmel Diva,
Hey, how you doing?
what's up,
Hey,
cousin?"
Deanna.
she
Yeah,
had
and I'm
she had asked my cousin had asked me one day because I had posted pictures of my house, and she said, "Where did you move? Where did you buy your house?" I said, "I'm still in the hood. I'm still in North Omaha. Shoot,
right.
I ain't in as much of the hood per se as I was, but I'm still in North. Oh, did you say
I
Deanna
think
there?
yeah, Deanna's in here.
Hey, Deanna. I was looking at our Facebook comments, so I had to flip back over to the StreamYard. What's up, Deanna, girl? Girl, Deanna had me in stitches. I don't know if
Cause
bro
she
was
crazy.
watching. Deanna had me in stitches. Girl, we was
You
talking
know she
about
ain't rap tight. Now you know she ain't rap tight.
she was talking about another YouTuber. Who was that YouTuber she was talking about? Deanna, who was that fucking YouTube? D Ramsey. Boy, she was talking about D Ramsey. Deanna,
Hey,
I swear to God,
view.
when I see D Ramsey, I be thinking about, and I shouldn't even talk about this man because he just died.
Mm.
But I do be thinking about Coolio when y'all be talking about D Ramsey and her braids and how she only got like 2 dreads left.
Oh Jesus.
I do be thinking he had like 3 braids just hanging out of his hair like antlers. Like, rest in peace, Coolio. Rest in peace. I don't want to talk about the dead. I don't want to talk about the dead. But hey, how you doing? How you doing? Oh Lord, somebody calling me. I'm live. I can't answer. But
Call back.
yeah, she was trying to give advice at the same time. And she was like, I'm not gonna drag too bad. But Deanna, that shit was funny. That's funny. And then I went over to a view and a view. I was over her house. I don't even know if you saw me in there, view. I said hi. I said, hey, Miss Pam and chat and everything. I don't know if you saw me in there, but I was in your chat earlier too. But yeah. If y'all want to jump on the link, y'all feel free. Let me put the link in here again.
Now I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I've been debating on talking to y'all about it. It's part of the reason why I kind of been in and out here lately.
Hold
You
on,
know,
before you start that, bro, are you okay back there?
right? Because he got us on pause and.
Carmadiva, just go ahead and talk, babe. I'm gonna answer this call because they keep calling me. So go ahead.
Okay. But what I was gonna say, keep your girl in prayer because it's about that time that my mom passed. It was at the end of the month, and I'm starting to feel it, you know. So just if you think about me, keep me in prayer and words. say something funny to me to make me laugh or laugh at somebody. You know, that's usually when I laugh, is when I'm pointing at somebody else. Take the focus off myself. But
I'm back. I'm back. What I missed? I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying, you know, it they said Coolio hair was always fucked up.
Oh man, View said I did after I finished something. I always love your support. Oh, thank you, View, and I always love your support too. You and Deanna.
But no, I was just saying, you know, it's almost that time that mom passed, so my mind just kind of and my emotions. So that's kind of part of the reason why I've been in and out of here lately. And
Well, that's understandable. We can understand that.
just saying, you know, keep your girl and keep your girl in prayer. Keep me lifted up.
Yeah, always, always. We got you. Where Deanna comment at? She said, "God got you too."
Oh, I know, cause that's the only reason I done made it.
Girl, hey, it's something about those moms. You know, I've been there. Sure.
Right.
I've been there 7 years today, and I swear it gets easier. I promise you, it gets easier. But then there comes those moments. Sometimes it could be right under out the blue, and it
Yeah,
just be like
it just
just
be out
happened,
the
like,
blue.
hey, like it just happened.
The other day, I mean, there was nothing wrong, and I just started bawling. And I'm like, what in the hell? I'm like, I'm just getting to the point where I can go to the cemetery without falling out over her grave. But I know it'll get easier. It ain't gonna, the pain will never go away, but it'll get easier. But
Yeah, it'll get easier. It definitely will. Yep. And they stay giving you some support in the chat. Hugs and recipes to your mom. Deanna said that's understandable. And View said that's understandable too. Yeah, we totally understand. So if you don't be on here sometimes, we understand. People do be asking about you though. People do be asking about. They were like, "Where's Karma Diva?" I'm like, I don't know. She might slide on us tonight. Speaking of asking where people at, Deanna has been asking me, "Have I heard from what's her name? Karma Diva, the girl that used to Kibi. What's her?
shit. I thought
You
I
know
saw
what
her
I'm talking
in
about?
the chat. I did.
The southern
Seven conspiracies.
Southern conspiracies, and she was on a chat, or she was in a chat the other day, so I can't remember where. It was somebody else's chat, and she said she'd be over in different she said she's over on what's that other platform that people be on. It's another platform that people do.
Oh, have you heard of the new black platform? We Kinfolk. It's
No.
a new black platform. That's supposed to take. It's for black and brown people to take the place of Facebook, because you know how, like, if we say Black Lives Matter or whatever, we could get a strike on Facebook or whatever. This is all about black and brown people.
And it's called what again?
We are kinfolk.
Hold on, let me look it up.
Or we kinfolk. I know it's we kinfolk or we are kinfolk.
Okay, let me look it up. Because I
You
never heard
just made that up.
I
you
bullshit you not. I just seen it the other day.
Oh, hold on. I think I found it.
Yep.
You made that up too.
I seen it on Roland Martin the other night. Matter of fact.
You seen it?
I seen it.
I seen it.
Nope, I seen it.
Okay, let's see.
Or some of them country ass folk, I sent it.
Y'all be sure. What the hell is Central on?
We can. I see it now. Okay. Okay, hold up. I might have to check this out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of. It looks like a blogging website.
But he's starting it up. He's trying to start it up. And
right now it looks like just a regular website, like Wix or something like that. But I'm gonna look it up. Look it up.
It's just him, but he's like, you know, I'm not. He said, I'm trying to create a space for us to feel safe.
Okay, I'm on it now, and his name is Ernest Manning Jr. And it says he's a cybersecurity professional and the CEO owner of Weekend Folk, which is a social media platform dedicated to sharing news and life moments with like-minded individuals. So yeah, I might have to check that out.
Yeah. See?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, might have to check that out. Cause there's so many different platforms on here that you could do streaming on, be a commentator. You know,
What's the name of the nigga juice thing again?
It's called We Kin Folk, and it's all ran together. We Kin Folk.
They all be themselves.
Yeah, bro, you gonna have to look into that, bro. Look into it, bro.
But like I said, I seen it on Roland Martin the other night, and I was like, that sounds interesting.
It was his thinking ass. That's
Yeah.
what
Ooh. Hold up. Did y'all see, speaking of Kibe, did y'all see Tasha K's video?
Ain't nobody saying Tasha K. She ain't paying my bill with her.
Hold up. Tasha K ran up in the bank. She came out running out the bank with a deposit slip or a withdrawal slip, and she said, "I'm down to my last $1,000." And she said, "But I'm sure there's somebody out here who could benefit from this more than I can." She said, "You know, they say I'm broke. I owe this girl $4 million. You know, she just acting crazy." She said, "So I want everybody who think they could use this money to write me why they think that they should get my last money out my bank account, and Sunday I'm going to announce the winner." Now, what kind of fuck shit? She said my last $1,000. She said it was like $1,039 or something like that.
You know, she got more money than that. What happened to all the backers she had, all the royalties she had, all the endorsements she had?
The money is in Africa. And that's what people kept saying. People were saying that in her comments, like, this girl got all these endorsements. She made all this. I mean, for one, you still got a YouTube channel. So you still making buku thousands every month on this YouTube channel. You got your website. You're charging people, like, how much for the website? Like $25, $50 a month or something for the website?
Hell no, not for her. Not when I can watch her.
She charging Kaya prices. Kaya, I think her cheapest one is $25, and Kaya's go up to like $100 and something or something per month to join her website chat. But I'm like, damn, should I do that to the Hood Table website? Nah, I ain't gonna do that. But yeah, she's getting money from all these different areas, so I know that ain't her last $1,000.
Trying to be funny, but fooling that money.
Let's all get to write Tasha K and tell her why we think we should be giving her last little change.
So she can donate it to the Hood Table Ministries. We need
the Hood Table Ministries. What's my name again?
We need new nails. We need new nails.
Am I evangelist or am I
what?
We need new nails.
Oh, hold up. But first of all, bro, with the Hood Table Ministries, what's my title?
I am Pastor Pimp. I've always been. You know, back in the day when we was in Proud to Be, I was Pastor Pimp, and I'm still Pastor Pimp.
She had made me forget, girl.
Sis Low. Ooh, background.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna mute you till you get it together.
You get on here and talk about.
I'm gonna come on my computer.
I want to know what my time. Ooh, Sis Low.
The devil is.
Hello. Hello.
I'm gonna come on my computer.
Okay. Yeah, because we got. I'm about to start singing and get my Odele.
Do you know what? And why did she send that damn clip in the messenger? And I'm like, it was funny because that shit had crossed my mind and it pop up, and I'm like, this is so childish.
But you know what, bro? Y'all always be talking that stuff on here, talking about his master going to sell us tomorrow. And I'm like, where did I hear that from? So when
bringing down the house.
when she put the post in our group chat, it just hit me in the face like Queen Latifah.
Yeah, bringing down the house.
She said, "It's master."
She
Sing it,
said,
Karma Diva. You know how I go.
yeah, man.
Mama, is Master gonna sell us tomorrow?
Right.
Girl, Fantasia shaking chin and everything.
That
Telling
was that.
Tomorrow.
And her voice was really pretty when she was singing it.
Yes, but Queen Latifah
That
came
bigger
behind
as
her
hell.
with that knife.
Right. Queen
Yeah,
Latifah
she
was in
took
the
been tearing up the kitchen and everything.
She was tearing up the kitchen, y'all.
She
I
tried to
forgot
stab the shit
all
out
about
of
that.
her. That was that movie with Steve Martin, her and
Steve
Steve
Martin.
Martin.
Betty White was in it. Rest in peace to my girl Betty White.
Yeah,
Yes.
with her
I
old
That
thought
cousin.
I heard Betty White come out. I thought I heard Negro.
Right.
I totally forgot about that movie. Totally. And I was like, where did I
That
hear that?
movie is so underrated. I promise you, that's one of the funniest damn movies.
I have my coworker. He man, you know he from down here. He from the woods though. He ain't never heard of Julio and Ramundo. I told him he was tight like that. He was like, well, he was in tears. He was like, who the hell is Julio and Ramundo? I said, I'm tight like that. I told him to go watch that bait, but he said, man, I gotta see that. I said, you never seen that movie? He said, no. I said, dude, you is gonna be. I said, you think you in tears now? Oh my God. Yeah,
What movie?
Julio
Half Baked?
and Ramundo.
I hate Half Baked.
No, bait with Jamie Foxx and Mike Epps.
Oh, I
Julio
don't
and,
think I've
and
seen it.
Anthony Hopkins and all them.
You know
Julio,
what? I'm not a Mike Epps fan, but I do like the Upshaws.
you don't remember
Oh,
that
Bait
movie?
was good. Bait was good. With Jamie,
Okay,
you said?
I
Yeah,
have to
when
watch it then.
when Jamie was really starting to blow up because he had went to jail. He was a shrimp thief.
Uh-huh. Yep, yep.
He was yeah, they was prawns.
Yeah, prawns. Yep.
And basically the CIA had made him. They made him it was crazy, man. It's a decent movie, but it was just a part where he got out of jail. He was like Mike Epps was flying through the city, and he
No, the
pulled
part
up.
when he was in jail, when he got the numbers around his what do you call that thing they hold up? The
Uh,
number, they number and they name on it. He
The
had it wrapped around
mugshot
his,
photos.
yeah,
oh
he
yeah,
was up
yeah, that was
there
childish
posing
as
in the
hell.
thing and he was all dirty and his face was all dirty.
And they held a prawn up next
It
to
was
him. Yeah,
dusty.
that was childish as hell, man. Yeah, that's my
Jamie
joint.
Foxx is funny.
Uh, but girl,
Uh-oh, what?
let me tell you this. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Well, I know what's going on. What's up with that dude who who was against abortions, but he paid for his mistress to get two of them.
Oh wow, you talking about Herschel?
Yes, and then
Oh,
his son talking shit about him.
Herschel
oh,
Walker.
yeah, his son blew him out. Like literally blew it.
He
Just
said,
told.
we told you don't run. We told you." Like his family begged him not to run for offices and stuff because they knew he had all his scandals in his background.
Well, you know what? The Republicans, as they say, the Republicans is still backing him. They ain't tripping. He's their man. I'm not mad at him. Even though he yabba dabba dooba 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 dabba. What's his name from the Fat Albert?
But that's just so hypocritical. I mean, even if they are
Mushmouth.
backing him,
That's who he sound like Mush Mob.
even if they are backing him, that's just so hypocritical, and it just makes the cases and the cause so much bigger because a lot of people are out there having
The
people
Roe
who
v.
they shouldn't
Wade.
be fucking with having abortions, but then they're standing in the spotlight. Oh, abortion is so wrong. That's a baby. That's it's all this other bullshit. But then let them sleep with somebody they shouldn't be sleeping with. Oh, I'll pay 700, 800, 900.
You goddamn well your ass was pregnant. Susie, come on, man. Oh, I guess you busting a nut on faith, huh? I hope you don't get pregnant, huh?
And the lady had one of the kids, and then the other one, the other two, he had her abort, but she kept one.
You didn't hear what brother said.
What did he say?
You don't want to know.
Oh,
Don't
oh,
repeat it.
do I? Oh, no, okay.
Don't repeat it.
No, what you say, bro? What you say?
I told her. I said, no, for real. I guess he's just gonna bust a nut on faith, huh? Hopefully, you don't get pregnant. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Because you are basically out here fucking and not protecting yourself. You up here in this high position fighting for no abortions, and you up here raw dogging these females on the side of your wife. Like, strap up. I mean, but anyway, go ahead, y'all.
At least he wasn't
You know
sucking.
what killed me though is these women who actually believe that they husbands, these superstars, are faithful.
Oh
it's
no,
like,
but his wife. Did you see what his
you
wife
not seen this throughout the years? I mean, have you not watched the history of sports?
But did you see what his wife had to say? His wife was like, texting the lady, the miss. Okay, she's no longer the mistress because he got one of her kids, right? So she's like the other baby mama. But she just texts her like, I have been so supportive, trying to make sure that we are all like a family, and like he supports your son, and your son is involved with us, and now you're coming out like that shit was just funny as hell. Like the wife is like, bitch, why you have to bring up the abortions? Like,
we're all in this together. Shut up.
Right? So the wife knew about everything, the abortions and everything. She's now like, bitch, but I've been trying so hard to keep our family together.
So I wonder how many UTIs he had to be treated for.
Man,
what Curtis about? I got you.
I wonder how many. Oh, he told me to me. Thank you, baby.
Oh.
I wonder how many what's the name? Wilt Chamberlain used to have. Man, can you imagine? Him said he slept with 20,000 women.
Hold on, I'll be back.
And well, in his lifetime, I mean, if he kept track of it like that, I mean, it's possible. But then again, that's the way it was equaling out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know unless hey, maybe
and back in the day like that, they wasn't going to the doctor like that.
Exactly, because he said, I'm gonna poke it out somehow, some way. I don't give a damn what the hell going on. Nigga Sean Kemp, that's my guy. When he got Father of the Year award, his boy got like 50-something kids.
Father of the Year. How do you even father 50? I mean, how do you? I mean, not necessarily father, but because any food can, sort it out. But I mean, how can you father? How can you nurture, raise 50 kids?
Easily.
How?
I'm gonna tell you how. First, you gotta pray about it. Then you gotta know what the hell you're doing, because you gotta think. That is 100 different mentalities. 50 of them is you. The other 50 is them.
Right.
So, like I said, and now that marijuana is legal in certain places, and where he stayed, he's setting a family. He's setting up family generational wealth. Because folks gonna forever smoke weed and try to buy it legally, illegal, it don't matter. So he had to figure out a way, somehow, some way, to donate to all them kids that he made. So basically, honestly, every state that he basically about played in, he basically has children.
Pretty much.
I'm talking about literally. He said he damn near got kids in almost all the states, but not all of them. But yeah, the main major states, yeah, Washington, yeah.
He probably got
California.
more in states, and whatever states that he might have been based in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, basketball, but then just traveling, Carolina, Florida. He got kids all over. And everybody talking about Nick Cannon. Everybody crying about Nick. Because Nick getting his dick wet. Why everybody worry about what the hell Nick dick been? I mean, what the fuck?
Everybody mad at Nick, but you gotta blame the chicks too. They
But
know
why are we so concerned about where Nick's dick been? Why? What's so special about his dangling?
Where's the dicks that you done had been?
I don't know. I ain't.
Look, hey, no, I'm just saying. I'm telling them. I'm saying, what's in your wallet? What's in your pocket?
Hey, everybody worry about the Nick. What the Nick person doing? Whether he's stroking or getting stroked. I don't know. It ain't none of your business.
The one thing I can say about Nick got money. That nigga, he made all kind of streams of revenue. Nick got money coming in.
That boy, he got what? He got, yeah, he's straight. He's
And he
not
been
too,
doing this shit since he was a teenager. Oh, come
yeah,
on.
he's not too far. Yeah, he's up in the, yeah, he's very well. He's wealthy. That boy got bread. He
Yeah.
got a lot. I mean, he up there with the, he up there in the three, what they call it is the,
You probably up there in that Jay-Z range.
yeah, no, he in the 9 digits.
So he should be straight.
He got 9 digits. So it's like because your 7 zeros is your single millions, your 8s is your double, your triple is a 9. Yeah, that boy up in the 9 digits, man.
And I mean, his kids he seemed to be involved in all his kids' lives.
He loves every last one. He meant what he said when he said that I am going to help populate. Anybody
Sorry,
want
guys.
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, CP and Sis Low?
Uh-oh.
Double trouble.
So good.
Who y'all?
No, I'm behaving. I'm being good. I ain't got time for all that. How you doing, Mrs. Sloan? Having a good night? That's good. Glad to hear.
Hey,
like that tonight.
who y'all talking about making babies in every state?
Girl.
Not me. Oh, Herschel?
Herschel?
Oh,
no,
Herschel.
we started with Herschel, but then we started talking about like Will Chamberlain and his 50 kids, and then we got on Nick Cannon, and people worried about him and his 10 kids, but
kept by damn near 60
Will
kids.
Chamberlain. Which one was that? Will Chamberlain? Which one was that slept with 10,000 women?
20.
That's Will.
That was Will.
Big Will.
That was Big Willie.
He slept with 10,000 women. He counted them. You get a hold.
Shit. He was like McDonald's, now serving.
Right.
You get a hold.
That was there. He was Mandingo.
For real.
That was Mandingo.
He say, "You get a hold. You get a hold. You get a hold."
Yeah, he was putting it down. He's like, I'm playing basketball and stroking at the same time.
That man was putting up 100 and putting down 1,000. Like, okay, let's go.
Exactly.
Chris.
You gonna give me some? He gave him the Oprah.
Did he say you get a hold, you get a hold, you get a hold?
Yeah.
That was me. That was me.
How y'all think? Why is it that on social media? We the original beef section. Everybody else is copy off our shit. So we don't spare nobody. We ain't supposed to. But they wouldn't spare us. Somebody got news.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I didn't do it with me.
Praise to you.
Who this
bro, we got another troll.
Where
so
you
I
at?
can go in.
I want to see the show. Where they at?
Look, we ain't talking about your mama tonight, okay? So back off, okay?
Well,
Ooh.
Your
Welfare can.
generational food, your
Who's the
generational food
troll?
Hold
stamp
on now. What's wrong with the
collectors.
mama jokes?
I'm talking about
What's
them and
wrong with
they
the mama jokes?
generational. I'm talking
You
about
talking
them
about
and they
the troll
generational
in the
group.
chat. You talking about the troll in
Oh,
the chat.
Who's the troll? What
I
that
thought we was
name?
doing your mama jokes.
Yeah, the
What,
welfare office. They in there talking about
what,
flunky moderators. You the flunky. You the fuck
who the
you.
hell is that?
Yeah, how about
Welfare
that? That's from
Gangs.
one of the moderators.
Who's the welfare?
I'm telling
Who
you,
the
they
hell
got
is on welfare?
generational food stamp collectors. They like some families that used to live up in Hilltop where they had a great grandma, the grandma, the mama, and them all up in the damn project.
Who the hell they trying to
Did you
say
block them,
welfare?
Camera Diva?
Mm,
Did you block them or?
no, I didn't.
All right, I got them.
No.
So can't nobody else see them but me?
Let him hang out. I want to see what they got to say. I'm trying to figure out who the hell you talking about welfare.
Like I said, we ain't talking about their mama tonight, so I don't know what they talking about.
Well, I don't really play the mama joke because I ain't got my mama, but I will go in on that crusty ass mama with
I
her
ain't
old
got my
face.
mama neither, but and I'm gonna talk about theirs. And I
Ain't
ain't
your
talking
mama
about
pretty?
my
She got,
mama.
I ain't got my.
I was teaching my kids my song.
what?
Okay, I see what it is. They on my other channel because I'm live on I'm live on Tanya's PrimeTime and on the Hood Table. So
Also,
let me block them.
they trying to backdoor. That's what they trying to do.
Yeah, let me block them.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with the back door party. Look back.
Sarah Van, how
See
you
what I'm talking
doing?
about? See what I'm talking about?
You are blue.
Look.
See what I'm talking about?
You got the right group in here today. Trust
Hey
and believe.
Sarah.
Who's bowel syndrome?
Hey, Sarah. Who's Sarah?
Sarah
What's
man,
wrong, Maddie?
I don't know. Have I seen Sarah in here before?
I don't know. I ain't seen Sarah.
Sarah.
I can't even see no comments.
Well, it sounds like you driving, so you shouldn't see no comment.
I ain't driving no more. I just parked. That's why I turned the volume down. You didn't tell.
Is you on your way to the casino?
No, that was last night. We hit last night.
Oh Lord.
Damn.
We took mom over there. Everybody won, so we hit. As far as I'm concerned.
You're a day and a quarter short.
I ain't been to the casino. Next time I get hold of $10, I'm coming.
$10.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
$10 at the casino.
$10 make you holler. That's all.
Hey, $10 at the casino, you might come up.
Okay.
Yeah, you might do more than come up.
I'm gonna play the penny slot.
It happened.
Come up, that's all we play.
Oh shoot!
Actually, I'm a lie. I did play the dollars yesterday, and I came. You know what? I hit some hot seat winning thing where I won $75. I'll play half of it and won $200 off the casino's money.
Wow.
So I wasn't gonna complain at all.
Hey.
I don't be having luck. I do not be having luck.
That was a good day.
Hey, I'll play with their money on the dollars. They gave it to me. They can have it back or they can double it up. I don't care either way.
No, back in the day, America used to send them little coupons for you to come and play. They send you the little $5 coupons.
They still do.
Look, I used to go and cash them in, get the $5 and go put it in a gas tank. Right?
Yeah, you can't do that no more. You know what? I ain't been to Ameritrade forever. They sent me some $20 ones for this month, and I still ain't going.
I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Right, we do got some casinos.
I'm talking about back when they used to have the comedy shows there and the crab night.
What's up with the crab leg nights? Do they still have that over there?
It's too expensive. They can't afford it. It's too expensive.
Oh,
because remember,
some of y'all was going in there with empty plastic bags.
Not me.
I didn't.
I'm just saying some of y'all was going in there with empty plastic bags.
I know people who
I went in with an empty purse with a plastic bag lining it. Quit playing.
Shoot, I know people who go to the unlimited at the damn.
They still being cheap.
At the
That's
Red Lobster, and they be bringing purses and bags.
You stealing people's money. You make them feel good to give them to chance to make more money.
And that's why Red Lobster want to charge $22 for endless shrimp.
Oh, that's too bad.
And they be filling up their purses and their bags.
Dude, I went I went to Endless Shrimp and they said it was almost 20-some bucks. So they can keep that shit. Shrimp ain't that good.
And then the shrimp, like all the really cool flavors they used to have, they don't even have those anymore. I be looking like, okay, I don't want no coconut. I don't want no.
Yeah, I don't want no damn coconut on my shrimp.
I'm like, no.
Yeah, them jumbo coconuts do be fire though.
They
that sauce
good,
is that pineapple sauce.
They had some other flavors. I can't recall the exact name of them, but they were really good, and they just never brought them back. I guess people were stealing too much. Take them home in their purse.
Just give me the scampi and the linguine, and I'm cool.
That's right.
Yeah, they
That's right. I ain't eating $20 worth of shrimp. Ain't happening.
I need some extra sauce though on them linguinis. I hate when you order linguinis or Alfredo stuff and you get it and the shit is all clumped together.
Yeah.
Like they ain't put no sauce on it. So I always pay for an extra container of sauce if they charge. I just pay for it.
That's because they reheated it before they gave it to you. It's already prepared and they reheated it and slap a little sauce around it. And because when you reheat that Alfredo, that sauce, the noodles absorb that sauce.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's all I don't like gummy stuff.
I hate it.
Oh, really? You say that now?
Curtis.
I knew.
Yes,
ma'am. Don't go there.
Yes, ma'am. What I do?
You don't even.
What I do?
You don't even bother me.
I ain't trying to bother nobody. I'm sweet and innocent.
You know,
cuffing season almost over, so you know.
I'm not.
Cuffing season almost over. It's about to start.
It's getting
started. It's about to start. What you talking about? Shoot.
I'm talking about the pregame.
No.
Oh.
Y'all should be cuffed by now. It's starting to get cold. It's starting to get cold.
I'm still looking.
Shit, I got my roster together. Quit playing.
I'm still looking. Where the candidates at? Line them up.
I'm straight in any state I go to.
Man, I'm good.
I need him to have some meat on his bones.
And some money in his pocket. Hello.
And some money in his pocket.
Hello. Because, honey, that mansion you living in over there.
Girl, this ain't no mansion.
No, it ain't. It ain't. She just got a good landscape guy.
This ain't no mansion.
Curtis, you sound like a certified hater.
I know.
I ain't mad at her. I am not. I've seen the house. I ain't lying though. She does have a good landscape dude. They hooked that landscape up. I am not mad.
It's nice on the inside too.
What you know about the inside?
I seen pictures.
You seen it?
Yeah, you seen pictures. You need to come see it in real life.
She said she hopefully she will.
I thought she was supposed to be coming this summer. Yeah, what happened to that?
What happened was, the way my bank account is set up. I got a checking and a savings, right?
Look, Greyhound is 59 or less, I think.
Ooh, baby. Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that from the D. Ain't right. I'd rather come get you and give you a ride back.
I'd rather walk than take the
He's gonna give you a ride back, all right.
I changed my verbiage. I knew you was going there. I changed mid-sentence. I knew you was gonna go there.
He can ride if he can drive.
I can't try. I ain't gonna lie.
He can ride if he can drive. That's how that
Nope,
goes.
I told you, cuffing season almost over. You missed the pregame. You missed the draft. You missed the first round picks.
But this ain't no automatic though.
He said you didn't put your application in soon enough.
I ain't got to apply.
See, no effort. No effort, no reward.
Well, you a franchise player? You the franchise player?
My credit is pre-approved.
I don't care what your credit. I don't care what your credit is, but you don't show, you don't go.
Child bad.
You do gotta have a little concern about the credit though.
My credit is pre-approved.
No. You can't tell me about the credit because I've seen some broke MFs riding around here, souped up and laid up with all kinds of things. It ain't about the credit.
Yeah. Well, how they get it?
No.
Omaha is known for flossing.
It's known for flossing, and they don't work it. I don't know how many people I know that they had a job and they floss all the time.
Right,
man. Omaha is so washed up. It's pathetic. I flew to Chicago for a weekend trip, and as I landed, my phone started blowing up with Facebook dating. I go, I ain't even off the tarmac yet. This is fucking ridiculous.
Mm.
Oh my, so
what?
played up. On Facebook dating, my phone blew up, and I was still on the tarmac. We hadn't even hit the gate yet. I'm like, that's ridiculous.
I signed
Facebook
up for
what?
Facebook dating a long time ago, but I never
Facebook dating.
I never respond to those guys because they be looking like weird. Like,
Yes,
oh, you look scary. You look.
yes,
They
Lord.
look scary, like they just escaped from prison, or
Like, I
just
don't
extra
know.
thirsty.
Like,
They look
Mhm.
real
okay,
thirsty.
let me put it that way. Thirsty.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, thirsty.
My
Spirit.
sister, I convinced my sister to do it because I tried to get her to step out a little bit, and she's like, can't do it. She showed me some of them profiles. I'm like, oh no, I wouldn't let you go anyway.
Mhm.
And it's kind of like
No.
Black Planet. You know how you go on Black Planet, you see motherfuckers with the
Man.
profiles, they got a whole
I
wife.
They
ain't
They
heard
still got Black
Planet.
Planet.
got a whole spouse at home, and you know it. Because y'all live in the same city, and they still up in there. I'm looking for a child. You don't set
I
your
used to
ass
go on
up.
Black People Meet. Every time I would go on Black People Meet, it was this white dude. He claimed he was a doctor. The white
He
dude
was
that claimed
mixed,
he was
right? He
a
was
doctor.
mixed.
You know what?
Was he mixed?
He be on
Nope.
Facebook. Is his name Terry something?
I don't remember, but he was a skinny little white dude. He had some real pretty blue eyes.
I don't
Oh,
know,
that
but
sounds
it
like
was
Steve
some.
Usselberg.
See, that seemed like them dudes you be hearing about on not on Snap, but on First 48.
You mean on
Right.
You mean
Dahmer?
Net?
On
You mean
Dahmer?
Netflix? They get their Netflix special after a couple of
On
years.
Dahmer? On Dahmer?
On
Man,
something.
Dahmer is crazy, little motherfucker.
And I enjoy watching that show because I learned so much that they never released to the public.
Right. Like
I mean,
about the
Hold on,
black
but the thing
lady
is,
calling all the time.
there's even more that they never released to the public. I lived up
I
there during that.
know. I
Mhm.
know.
And you
That
know
dude
what?
was nuts.
One of the family members is from Michigan City, and
Mm.
the one that was like Jeffrey Dahmer.
The
You
one in
want to
the
see
courthouse.
crazy? Yeah,
She said she didn't like the way they displayed her, but I thought it was pretty close.
I'm talking about. I'm like the neighbor kept talking to him, and she was. I'm like, I didn't know the neighbor kept calling. She was like, I'm
Niecy
hearing
Nash.
something. I'm hearing. I'm smelling stuff, and nobody. They would never even send nobody. And then when the boy escaped, the little teenage boy, and he
She
said, no,
tried
that's
so
my
hard to help
boyfriend.
him. I was like, oh no.
She tried so hard. She was like, you sure that's an adult? Are you sure?
I had tears rolling down my eyes. So that boy was just laying there like,
Right. He
You
was
talking about?
goofed out.
Y'all talking about the one where he got caught, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
the boy was
But
laying
what?
outside the
But what
house.
about? See, I haven't watched the rest of the series, but have they gotten or did they show in the series the ones they returned to him that didn't get away?
That was the one. Well, no, the naked one. He tried to get away, but then he got stopped at the stairs out front. And then
No,
Yeah,
but there was
Jeffrey came around the
another
corner.
teenager. There was a teenager that the police got, and they actually took him back to him, and the police left.
that's the one. That's the
Yeah,
one.
that's the one.
Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't get all the way to the police though. He was still outside the home.
And the black lady found him outside.
Right,
And
and she called the police,
Mm.
and the police came, and they was like, "Oh, well, he said he's his boyfriend." She said, "You ain't gonna check his ID. The boy looks like a little kid." They said, "Well,
Right.
I got to the second episode and couldn't watch no more. I was
if
done.
he said that's his boyfriend,
yeah.
and that's
I
his
couldn't watch
boyfriend."
after the first episode
But
because I
see, I'm
know.
gonna tell you what it was.
He was
They did it because it was black people, they were
was gay.
they were poor, and C, they were gay. And they did not want to look in, and that's why Jeffrey kept saying, "Oh, we just doing gay things in here. We're doing gay stuff."
And gay
And he
things
knew
mean
that
him
was gonna
running down
put
the
them
street
off.
naked, high, barely can walk, looking like he's
A
12
black
years
dude was
old.
like, "Fuck that! I'm getting out of here."
Mhm.
That boy was, how old was he? 13 or 14? Which one was it?
He was that 14-year-old.
14. He
Because he
was 14.
said he had already killed the brother.
And he killed the brother.
Yeah. I'm
I was
like,
just like, are you serious? But Niecy Nash did an awesome job in that show. I know a
yes,
lot of
he
people
did. I ain't
getting
finished watching that. I'm only about 3 episodes in, but
Well, I ain't
I'm
gonna
like, my
get
God.
no spoilers. I won't get no spoilers. But she did do a good job. But how do you feel about the people, y'all, I know Curtis haven't watched it all, but how do y'all feel about the people who are condemning? I understand, I guess, where the family is coming from, but the people
Who's
who
condemning it?
a lot of people,
The family is
The
hurt because
family.
they
it's
feel like
not
they're
just the
reliving
family,
it
but
again.
yeah, it's not
Oh,
just the
yeah.
family either. It's normal people out here who are upset that they are putting this movie out there because they talking about they making it seem like he's such a, I don't know, like they putting him on this pedestal or something. And I was like, but
He
they
ain't
put
on no pedestal.
information out there that
It's,
couldn't have been
do you
used
know
to
how many
save
programs?
lives.
You know how many programs is out about
Thank
Jeffrey
you.
Dahmer?
Thank you.
It's so
But this
many.
My thing is
information,
this: I see it from both angles because on the one thing we're looking at it as informational,
mhm,
as educational,
mhm,
and kind of entertainment. But
mhm.
it's
They
mainly
ain't
because
entertaining to me.
no, but I'm saying,
There
a
was
lot of people
some
do
parts in there
things,
that was a little entertaining, though. Some it was a little entertaining, though.
but we're looking at it and we're learning. But for the family of the people who were killed, who were hurt, who were
Yeah.
all of that stuff, they're reliving it over. They already lived in it, and now they're reliving it again and again. They may have been at peace with it for a minute,
And see, I
and now,
understand where they coming from, Karma Diva, but like, I would think that somebody in their position would also understand how unfortunate it was that the law kept being
yeah,
told over and over and over. The police were called out hundreds of times, but they never came. Or they just was like, they just thought this woman was crazy. Like the old lady with all the cats. They was just, this lady is crazy. She keeps calling us. They telling her they gonna come. They never come. She
and
complaining
but you know what? That was to
damn
me. That would make it seem like, well, shit. If she keeps calling, where there's smoke, there's fucking fire. Maybe we should go check it out.
But even the
No, no,
landlord is still
because
dead people in your apartment next to you, and the landlord don't even come out and inspect the apartment. Like they could have found, he could have been caught so much early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
true,
So
but Carmel, to respond to your statement about going out and out and out just due to my previous employment, you have a number of people who habitually will call just
Well,
for
I get
attention.
that. I'm saying, but
So
she's
I can get
calling and
yeah, but
saying,
I can
"This
get
is this.
but
This
just
is this."
well yeah, but being devil's advocate, if you have somebody who habitually calls and calls and calls and calls, eventually you finally get to a point you're just like, okay, we're gonna come out here just to make you feel happy, and we out. But that smell is a distinctive smell. Ain't no way anybody should have
that's
just blown
right.
it off and just said,
Hmm.
screw it.
That's what I'm saying. Like the landlord came in her apartment. Like, how you not smell death? Like, I've never smelled a dead person like who was rotting, but just the way you see it on the films and the movies, and people are throwing up and gagging and water coming out their eyes when they around these people who are what do they call it when the shit set in? What is it called?
Decompose,
Decomposing,
Rigor
and
mortis,
more,
decomposition.
decomposition.
Right. When that shit starts to set in, they start decomposing and all that stuff.
Having been, I mean, I can't say that I've been around death like that. But having been around rotting flesh,
Mhm.
the smell of burning flesh. Anytime you got something like that, those kind of compositions with flesh,
Mhm.
it is a very distinctive smell.
yeah.
And I can tell you one of my first experiences out of college, when I first graduated, I was working in a homeless clinic, and we had a man that had if you know what skin ulcers look like,
Mm-hmm.
it had
Mm.
eaten, it had eaten through several layers of his skin and muscle, and he was wrapping it up with plastic bags,
Which made it
living
sweat
in the
and
summertime,
yeah, it made it
and he was
moist.
living in his van.
Mm,
The smell was so bad. It was three of us. We could only be in there for 5-minute increments trying to clean this wound. We
mm-hmm.
literally had timers where we would set the timer for 5 minutes. Somebody go in, the other one go out, get some air, and the next one be ready to go.
That's
We
too
got,
bad.
I mean, we got it healed up really, really good, but it took us months. And but that smell, that is a smell that I mean, just thinking about it, I can smell it again. You never forget it.
That's too bad.
I think
I
about my
just couldn't
home places all
imagine
the time.
DC, and then she wanted to stay there, and then all the people. See, I don't want to give no spoilers, so okay, because some of y'all are still watching it, so I don't want to give out any
I don't know
spoilers.
if I can watch anymore though.
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
so informative. I mean, of course, it's like, damn, that's fucked up. But it's like, okay, like we have other stories that have happened throughout time, right? Where somebody was always calling, whether it's a child being abused, molested,
mhm,
they calling,
Hmm.
mhm,
and it gets ignored, and then this person ends up doing it to like 100 more people in the
Hmm.
community. So it's one of those type of stories where he could have really been stopped, but we're getting all this information. We're listening to real police calls. We're listening to, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
they didn't
Booty
give
Freaky
us that
Freddy.
before. They didn't give us that before. Before, all we really knew was this man is just going out here convincing these guys to come to his house. We didn't hear about how there was this neighbor that called 1,000,000 times to the police and begged.
Or
Like the
how he
lady,
was
she
doing
actually
this
did
shit
that
since
part
he
so
was a
well.
how he had been doing this since he was a fucking kid.
He was
Because
a kid.
he watched his mother trying to kill herself repeatedly.
Well, did you get to the dad? How the dad
Yeah,
felt
they
bad
would pick up the
because
roadkill.
he taught him that stuff?
yeah, his dad is the one that introduced him
His
to that
dad, well,
mess.
see, I don't know how far y'all got on this because I don't remember where it happened throughout the series, but the dad blamed himself because he thinks he got that from him because his mother, she had mental issues, but then the dad used to feel the same feelings when he
Oh
was younger. So you ain't got to that part yet. So he
no.
blamed himself because he said it was times through his life where he wanted to do the same exact things that he wasn't gay though. So it would have been just with men or women. So he said he used to have those same urges and that's why he started teaching his son how to kill like animals and how to get rid of them and how to, that stuff.
Well, he wasn't even teaching them to kill them. He was picking up roadkill, like dead shit off of
Well,
the road.
yeah, but he was picking them up, and then he was teaching them how to do stuff.
Like
Reanimate them.
Yeah,
dissecting.
yeah.
What they would do,
Because he was
introduce
always interested
electricity
in
to
that
them.
type of shit, but with humans, the dad was.
Mm.
He was
But you'll
sick.
eventually get to that part, and you're going to be like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, the things that people do, it it never. I say this all the time, and people used to look at me like I was crazy, but I tell people, yeah, you think you know somebody, but you don't know what they are behind closed doors. And
Mhm.
even then, you don't know their private thoughts.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
don't know their private thoughts. And so when I watched the family that prays, when she told her son, she said, "It's your private thoughts that give me pause." I was like, yes, somebody else who getting it, somebody who thinking, I don't know, you can be smiling and be the best person on paper. You get home, you could be a good father, but in your head, you plotting on how to kill every motherfucker in the building.
Mhm.
And that's why when my kids was growing up, because of some of the things I have seen and went through growing up with predators in our circle, in our family. I was on my kids like when they were younger, like white on rice. They could only go to this person's house, that person's house. That's it. I
I'm gonna
mean,
tell you what I still do
I
to
was
this
really
day.
strict with my kids when I was bringing them up, and I done told y'all a story. One of the stories why I was really strict with my kid. I told this story. I even made a YouTube video about it. Was because the first church that I ever went to, I had a lot of friends there, a lot of friends, and one of my friends had this older brother who I just thought was the coolest shit. Like he was one of those older, older uncle, cousin, whatever, like guys who just was just so cool, down to earth, And one day when I was like maybe in the I don't know, third grade or something, I walked down to the basement of the church to use the little girls' room. And in the corner where it was really dark, I saw that guy with his pants unzipped, shaking his thing-a-lang at me, saying, "Come here, come here, psst, come here." And I'm like in the third grade, and I'm in church.
That's traumatic.
Where we go to church like 4 days a week.
That's
and
traumatic.
I tell you what I do, even to this day.
Church family, and when I say church family, I mean they like respect it throughout the community. But did they know?
I tell you what I still do to this day, Tanya.
Like that in the church, that I don't know if they ever knew or not. I never said anything. I ran upstairs. I jumped in my mama's lap. I started crying. She's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?" I never said anything because I didn't know. I didn't even understand.
You're scared what was going on.
Yeah. So I never said anything, but I remember him, and to this day, I'm Facebook friends still with his family members. And when I see his face on Facebook, I'll be like, "Oh, that nasty motherfucker."
No, I tell you what I still do to this day, because of the trauma that I felt from this. When Kenyatta was kidnapped and murdered.
That's a hard one. That's a tough one.
It impacted the city, but for like me and Danisha was her cousin.
And my god sisters, Daphne and Deanne, they was best friends.
We all went to church together. We grew up in church together.
Mm-hmm.
The day she went missing, I'll never forget, it was a Tuesday because we had choir rehearsal.
Mm-hmm.
And Trace, my cousin Tracer, calls me and she's like, "Oh, they said Kenyatta missing." And we like, "Oh, she probably somewhere with a boyfriend or something." And we laughing on the phone, laughing.
Mm-hmm.
We get to church, Kenyatta don't show up. Now, that was strange, but we laughed it off. The same place that they found my friend, my daddy was working 14-hour days. He would get off work and then go out there with them to look for her. They had already searched that area twice.
Mm-hmm.
They had already searched it twice. And then they find her wrapped up in a carpet.
Did they get her killer?
Yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no.
It was two white boys that decided they seen her. She had left. She was at school, and she walked out to go to her car to get something out of her car. They were riding around, and they picked her up, put her in the car. They told about they riding around getting high or whatever. They decided they were basically junior members of the what's them bald-headed boys?
Aryans.
Yeah. So they were playing like they were, trying to be cool with her and this and that. But they started torturing her.
And her name was Kenyatta Bush, and one of the guys was named Jeremy Sheets.
Jeremy Sheets and Adam Barnett.
Yeah.
And
she had forgot something in her car, and she went back out to her car because she had a car and drove to school, and she forgot something in her car and went back to get in her car, and that's when
beautiful honor student, funny,
beautiful black young lady.
Yeah, I mean, funny as hell. Just, cool than a motherfucker, cheerleader. Mm-hmm. I mean, straight A student, straight A. And they killed her. They couldn't even have an open casket for her. There was 2,000 people that filled They couldn't even get in the church. It was people waiting outside to try to get into the church for her funeral. I didn't go. My mama kept telling me, "You need to go. You need to go." And I kept saying, "No, mommy, I can't. I can't. I cannot go see my friend. Like, I cannot go. That's not the last memory I want of her." Donisha, I'll never forget, we sat on the stairs, on our way on the stairs at Northwest. We were going down to the ROTC room. And she's like, "Keish, are you going to the funeral?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "Keish, you need to go. You need to go." "No, I'm not going down." "Keish, we need to go. That's our girl. That's our." "I know, but I cannot. I can't." My dad and them helped search for her for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And they finally found her in a place that they had searched twice before.
So when y'all say no, what are you saying? That you think there were more
Because
people
one of
involved?
them killed himself.
One of them, he made a tape confession of what they did. But before they could go to trial, he hung himself.
Mm.
So because they say, you have the right to face your accuser and to, question them about what they've said about you. Well, this boy dead. That he can't, question his accuser. So he got off. But you know what? I done followed that boy. He's in Colorado. He got a wife. He got kids. He done got married. He done changed his name, but he done been in trouble ever since. He tried to join the army. It didn't work out there. He done went back. This motherfucker ain't never had a job.
And let's not forget the one who his accomplice, the one who snitched or whatever. He also told the cops if it had been a white girl, he would have stopped them.
Yeah.
But it was basically a racially motivated killing.
Killing.
They sat there and tried. They tried and tried and tried to make it that it was her stepdad that did this to her.
And what they
Remember that?
said, yeah, they did try to say it was her stepdad, and what they said was, and it was like they threw out a whole bunch of racially slurs, racist comment, and Barnett told the police that him and Sheets decided to rape a black woman to get revenge over black men who date white women.
Yeah.
But he said that Sheets was the one who stabbed her to death. So they
And
both took advantage of her, and but he claimed that Sheets murdered her.
I was watching this.
I mean, a lot of people from around the world probably knows about this story. That's how huge it
I
was.
keep trying to. I want to bring light to her story, but I don't want to traumatize.
Right, we don't want to traumatize people here in Omaha in our city, but that was like
Right.
that
But
was
I
a
was
mega story.
But what I was getting to with that is my kids. I don't give a fuck how many people in line behind me. I don't give a fuck how long they gotta wait behind me. When I drop my babies off at school, I watch until the door shuts behind
Oh, I
me.
did that to mine. Graduated, and they used to be like, "Mom,
I
we
still do.
up."
Right, my kid. But I tell
grade,
them
I'll be sitting
every
there.
fall. This happened in 1993. 93.
Yep.
And it still affects me to this day.
It will.
And this ain't even
And
right.
I tell
This
my
ain't even the reason why I do it. I just did it because a lot of kids get
no,
kidnapped from school, or they try to leave school
that's
after you
my
drop their
that's
asses
my
off.
reason. That's my reasoning because I think back to my friend. I think back to somebody who could have changed the world with her brilliant mind.
Yep. And she actually did go into school, but she forgot something and ran back out to her car.
Yeah.
And that's when it's I'm trying to Sislo, you probably if you read the story online, it might even hit you like, dang, I kind of remember this because this was huge. This was like
It was a very
it was
huge
a very
story.
big story in '93.
Yeah.
That it was huge.
Actually, it was the fall of 92. Let me take that back. Because she would have graduated 93.
Yeah, she would have graduated in '93 with my god sister.
and they had a seat for her. They gave her her mama her diploma, her National Honor Society, and they made her the homecoming queen. They made
Yep,
her
she
mama
got
the
homecoming
homecoming queen.
queen. Yep, sure did. Yep,
And I still got the newspaper clippings from all of that.
yep.
I still have them in my photo album.
How did it affect your dad?
My dad did it because he had
No, how did it affect him when they found her? How did it affect him?
my dad is a man of his generation. He would kind of talk about it, but not really to me.
Mhm,
He went out and looked for her because he grew up with her family,
mhm,
both her mama and her stepdad,
mhm,
and because she was good friends with, me and my cousins.
mhm,
He knew that we grew, and he heard us talking about it, and he knew what was going on. So he would go out and look, and this wasn't the first time he had went out and looked for somebody, and they come across. Matter of fact, in that same area, pretty much. Um, if you look up Janice Ross, um, that happened years before that. I remember when I was little, and the Rosses are like old, old, old family friends. I mean, like Janice's mom and my grandma were best friends. So for Daddy not to go and look for Janice was not an option. That was like their sister.
mhm,
And pretty much the same place they found Kenyatta was where they found Janice. And Daddy told me, he just told me this not too long ago. He said he was glad that it wasn't one of her brothers who found. They had just looked through that area like maybe the week before, and said they all had like walkie talkie, and somebody was like, okay, yeah, you need to bring somebody over here. We think we might have found something.
mhm.
And it was her boyfriend, her abusive
Yep.
boyfriend,
Matter of fact, he probably is he out now. It was
Charles House.
Charles Hauser. He
Yep.
was sentenced to 27 years, but he was
I don't
given
know.
497 days served in jail prior to sentencing. So he was credited time for that. But yeah, that's who it was, Charles Hauser.
I
So
just remember
27 years, that was in 19 it
like 90, 88, 90, somewhere around
was
there.
like 92 actually.
No.
That's when the court decision was made.
Oh, okay. Cause no,
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that happened before that.
No, in
Cause I
92 he
remember,
was sentenced to 27 years.
but I just remember her only child, Chop.
Okay, here it says
Cause me and
approximately because
Chop
I
used to
gotta
hang
I
with
gotta
us.
pull up my receipt. But here it
I'm just
says
saying,
that
Chop was with us all the time. Chop, I mean, her son, my grandma made sure that Chop knew he had family and that, we, no matter what,
well,
you
here's the
will, we
information
got
that I'm reading from the state law records. It said approximately 6 p.m. on Tuesday, September 27th, 88. Omaha
you.
police officers were summoned to the house of Charles and Willie Ross to investigate a report that their daughter, 34-year-old Janice Ross Patterson, was missing and had not been seen since the evening of September 26th. So yeah, it was in 88.
Yeah, I knew it was like late 80s because I want to say I was in junior high then, or
Yep,
about to be junior high.
yep. So if that was 27 years ago, he should be. Is he out here? Is he dead? Is he?
Should be.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you something that Miss Ross, that her mama said. She kept saying, I never forget. I heard her telling my grandma and my daddy this. I heard her tell this. She said every night, she would get up at midnight and this and that. Just kind of old, not old, but just roaming around. But she said one night she got up while her daughter was missing, and for some reason Janice's coat kept falling off of the coat hooks, and she said she kept hanging it up, and then she come back and it'd be gone. I mean, it would fall off again. and she said it did it about 3 times, and she was like, "My daughter finna come home. My daughter about to come home." And the next day, they found Janice.
Mm.
Yeah.
When she took, now imagine hearing that and you like 11. That was some spooky shit to hear.
You ain't lying. I ain't.
It is, and it just tells you how. I mean, and a lot of people, sister, a lot of people don't even know where the hell Omaha still is to this day. What is an
Right. There's a
Omaha?
lot of people
Like
don't know where Nebraska is. And
in
I'm like,
Nebraska,
wait.
they like thinking we just up here tipping cows in the middle of the night. We up here shucking corn all day. Everybody, you know, it's a lot of stigmatism. You
And no,
know,
you're right. It's stigmatism.
Still sticking.
Nebraska, the state of Nebraska.
Yeah, we a flyover state, but don't
It's a fly. I mean, ever since I
don't
was
discount us.
when I was a teenager, working the telemarketing like at West, ITEL, I'd have been all these
Oh
because this
man,
was telemarketing capital back in the
we
day.
were the telecapital.
And it
Yeah,
was like, where you from? Omaha. Omaha. Omaha is black people in Omaha. Like
be
people
like,
still it's
if
black
y'all
people
got
in Nebraska. It's black people in Nebraska. Yes.
nope, I'm the only one,
I used
and
to say
that's why I
that
used
too.
to
I used
tell
to
people.
say nope, it's just me.
But check this
I
out. Let
tell
me
people
tell y'all.
I hatch from an egg.
Go
This
ahead,
past this past week, my debit card was acting up, right?
mm-hmm.
And I looked it up, and the card still my uh that they the printed place that they come from is two different places. Guess what them two different
One of them
places
from
is?
here,
One of them
One
is
of
Omaha,
here.
one of them
First
is there,
Data.
and the other one is in San Antonio. I was like, y'all.
One of them is here. It's so many. I
First
mean,
Data.
it's not telemarketing capital like it was back in the day, but we still have a lot of telemarketings in this area that do credit cards. What's the credit card place, Carmadiva? What is
First
it called?
Data.
First Data. They issue a lot of credit cards.
A
Like
lot, most of
First
them
Data is one of the biggest credit card distributors
in the world.
in the world. Yep.
And they process them. It's two. Actually, they still. It used to. We used to have a whole bunch of First Data processing plants here, but
Yep.
now there's just Starwood out there by Skateland.
Yeah.
There's still that one, and then there's. I don't know if they still use the
Then
big
that's still
building
one on the 75th, 78th.
72nd and
Yeah.
Pacific.
Yeah. Is it still over there?
It was 2 of them over there. But see, a lot of people didn't know that. There was
Yeah, I
one.
used to pick up people over there, so I knew that one was over there.
There was the big one, but then there was the smaller one. I don't think the big one, because see, I used to work at the big one, but the smaller one, that one's still open. I know that one's still open, but I
Yeah,
don't
the big
hardly
one,
see
everybody
cars
used to
at the
work
big one.
there. First Data was
Man,
one of those
the
jobs
big
back in
one.
the day where if you got on, you did not want to leave because that was a hard job to get on, and they would never
It
hire
was.
you
I got
for
on.
record.
And it was cool. We had a ball, man.
I couldn't get hired there to save my life. I applied all the time. They was always like, "Well,
I think I
sorry."
got on because my Aunt Jean had been there, and Aunt Jean, unfortunately, she ended up getting sick and having to retire. But she had been there like 28 years.
I was like, that's when I was younger. They don't even count no more. They like, well, it's still on there. I'm like, oh man, damn.
See, yeah, when I got hired, I was like 20, 21. So I didn't have shit on I didn't have nothing.
Shit, you know how that shit go. They take that shit off when they want to. When you younger, when you in that range of right before adulthood, going into adulthood, they have that little time span, and then it takes so many more years. Like I remember, oh my god, I remember when I applied
That's
to
why with
work
my
for the bus
son,
company. I applied for the school bus company, right? And you know, you working around kids, they ask you all these questions, and I'm like, you know, you can't lie. This is the school company. I'm like,
I got on at OPS too. I worked at OPS.
I was filling out the application, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. I probably won't get hired because I had that issue when I was younger. I ain't gonna get hired, but I filled it out anyway. And so when I went to the interview, they was like, Why did you answer this question right here? I'm like, what do you mean? Why I answer that question? Because if I didn't answer that question, then y'all found out, then I would have been like, not hired anyway. He said, because so many years have passed, once it's so many years past something, you shouldn't even write it down. You shouldn't even do nothing. And he was like, we didn't find it in the system. I was like, oh. Then I'm really thinking like, well, they about to send me off anyway. And he was like, but anyway, we want to hire you. I was like, oh shit, girls in there
celebrating.
I was like, oh my God, I got a school bus driver job. Like what?
Look, I got hired at OPS, and of course they sent me to the worst fucking elementary in Omaha.
Oh my God, let me guess.
To Wakanda. While Maya Park was still open.
But what you think Wakanda was the worst one?
You got a school named Wakanda?
Yeah. Yes, we got a school till this day named Wakanda. Both of my boys went there.
Wakanda forever.
With Maya Park, with Maya Park still open.
Oh, so okay, back in the day when Maya was up and bro,
yeah, bro, no, he Maya Park vet. He know.
Bro,
and I mean, them little motherfuckers. It was one little boy, bless his heart. I felt so bad for him.
Wakanda and Monroe.
Oh, man, that reminds me.
Oh, let's not forget
McMillan.
McMillan, yeah.
Hey, we was I ain't even gonna lie, we was ghetto than a motherfucker at McMillan.
But when you talk about grade school, 4th, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, I believe you. that Wakanda was probably with all them.
They were
no shade to all the motherfucking Maya kids, but y'all know y'all was ghetto. I didn't live there, but I was always there.
Motherfucker.
I didn't live there, but I was always there.
One little boy was always absent, and then when he did come to school, all he would do was sleep. And we kept trying to figure out what was going on. The mama was always, he got headaches. Come to find out, some of the other kids, the leader said he be slanging at night.
Oh. And can't keep his eyes open in class the next day.
Oh, wow.
12 years old.
He was probably made to do it, though.
He was. His mama knew.
My cousin made her boys.
I know folks who were slanging at 10, 11, 12, 13.
I was like, I felt so bad. We did find a knot of money in his desk one day. We put it back. It wasn't ours. We left it alone. But it was just, I felt and at the time I was like 22, 23. I felt so bad for this kid that he's supporting his family. And the fucking mama know that he's out here doing this shit. You got your baby. This is a baby.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it might have been not just only the fact that they just know, but a lot of kids I think that's around the time where a lot of kids knew what they could and couldn't get away with as far as like
mama was calling to the school and excusing it. The mama was calling and excusing it for him.
But okay, let me continue what I was saying though. But around that time, like okay, I remember my mother, God rest her soul. My brothers, I ain't gonna say what all kind of shit they was out there doing because we all did crazy shit. But one of the things was that I can say was they were not going to school, and they kept threatening to charge her with what do you call it?
Truancy.
And that was around that time. That was around that time where it was really big in the news and everything. Parents being charged with truancy if they could.
They tried that with me last year with my daughter.
She tried. It was so many times she tried. She did everything trying to get my brother's discipline. Whooping, spankings, just grounding, like all that kind of shit. It was times where I wasn't even living at home no more, and she would call me, "Please come with me to get these boys." We knew where they was. They tried
that with me last year. But the thing with my daughter was my baby wasn't being truant. It was between my mama being sick and dying, and then my daughter, she's always been my sickly child. So she's like me. She gets the migraines. She gets bad cramp. I mean, all kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm not finna, just make her go to school with a fucking migraine. And then you gonna turn around and call me to come and get her anyway. That makes no sense.
But when it came
So
to my brothers and what they were doing, it wasn't that there wasn't no sicknesses or nothing like that. They was just out there in the streets doing what they want to do. But the reason why they were out there was because their friends had parents who didn't give a damn what they did. So they didn't give a damn what my brothers did. So my mother would call me and be like, "Could you please come help me bring the boys home?" And I'm like, "This is bullshit." So I'm going over the house to this parent. Like, these boys, my brothers need to come home. They don't live here. You can't just keep them here. Like, the parent didn't
my
care.
mom,
They
like
smoked,
after
they
I had
drank,
moved
they
out,
had sex, and
and when
everything.
my
And
brother,
that parent didn't care.
no, when my brother became a teenager, by that time I had been long gone from my mom's house, but because I'm like what 7 years older than my brother, so like I said, I left when I was 13. So by the time he became a teenager, you know, it wasn't that mama was telling me so that I could get on my brother, but she would tell, I think she was kind of like dry snitching so that I would, because she knew he would listen to what I said do. Like one time we was down at Omaha Day. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I look and I see my brother and like two or three of his homeboys. The fuck you doing down here? Oh, we just walked down. I don't give a fuck where they go. I don't give a shit what happened to them. But you taking your black ass home. Goodbye. And his boys was clowning him. Y'all can shut the fuck up. Cause while y'all gonna be dead, my brother'll still be alive.
Well, I just got tired of it.
I
I
don't
was
know where
like,
them I don't know where them boys is, but my brother is, you see now he's doing very well. Sent for me and my kids to come to Hawaii to see him and his family, and he's doing very well. That boy walked home. But the thing is, my brother also knows that I used to spoil the shit out of him. As long as he was doing what mama said and he was doing okay in school, I would buy that boy, I would buy him game systems, shoes, leather
oh, well, shit,
coats,
I did that too, but
gold
them niggas was
chains.
still out there in the street. It was nothing we could do to get them out the streets. And that's when she was like, I ain't going to jail. So she politely called whoever, they put them wherever, and they graduated where they was.
No, my brother knew.
That's my thing is I'm not going to
He
jail
knew
for
who.
anybody just because you don't want to go to school. You can get the hell up out of my shit and go to where they will make you go to school till you 18, 19, and then you can holler at me from there. I wish I would go to school, go to jail for
No,
truancy.
my brother
And you
knew
know
that
you're
I
doing
didn't
everything
play
that
with
you know
him.
you're supposed to do for your children, and they still out there just being a.
No, my
It's
brother
one thing
knew
to
I
be
would
hard
lay
hit
him
in the street.
down in the middle of the street. He knew I would lay him down in the middle of the street in front of his friends, and he knew because I would take him around with me, just kicking it with me sometimes. And he seen some of my friends who he knew from the streets. So he knew that I knew people that was putting in work out here in the street.
Mm.
So he was like, I'm not fucking with sis because if she don't get me, she gonna call one of these niggas that we know live in the hood and they gonna come handle it for her. And he
See,
told me this.
I wasn't that sister because I was out there in the streets too. So I'm telling you, my mom would call me and be like, "Could you come with me to get there?" I go over there, cuss the mama out, all that, bring the kids home, and then next day they gone again. But see, the thing is, the difference between certain kids and other kids, like we knew we would be out there in the streets and shit, but we also would get up and go to school the next day. I mean, hey, I had a damn job at like Burger King, McDonald's. I would work a few hours a week, so I had a little job. I would go to school. I might hang up all night and be out on the streets running with my girls and all that kind of stuff. But I got up and I went to school the next day. I graduated, not at the top of my class, but kind of a little further down. But I graduated and
Yeah.
everything. But there are some kids who be out there in the streets and they just don't want to go to school anymore. They like fuck school, all da 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 da. So for those kids who don't want to go to school and the state is threatening or whatever to charge their parents, so I'll be like, deuces, come get these motherfuckers. That's what my mom did. She sure did, and I don't blame her. I never judged her for it because my mom was like all Christiany and all churchy and woo woo woo. She tried, but some kids they just get to the point where they don't give a
Can't tell
fuck
them
what
They
nothing.
just unmanageable.
they don't give a fuck what you say, how many times you beat them, ground them, whatever. They just the streets is calling them like crack, and it's just
That was
called,
like well, no, that ain't. I was gonna say it's
and
kind of
that's
like
just where they
Nico.
want to be.
That's kind of like Nico. Like his mom, I
Mm-hmm.
blame the state a lot for how Nico
She tried
turned
to
out.
get help for him for years.
She tried for years
You know
since he
about
was
that
little.
Nico Jennings? The one
Jenkins
who went Jenkins, the one who went on a murder spree
killing spree.
here,
He
murder.
told and see he and he's so popular. They got all kind of webcast. If you look him up, they got all kind of webcasts on YouTube about him.
Yep, they got
All
memes and
kind of
everything.
all kind of stories about him.
And do
But
you know his
he only killed
fiance?
four. There was only 4 people that was killed.
But you know his
But
fiance commented on my post, right?
oh,
When we did a video about him like long time ago.
Who
did she?
did?
His fiance.
I
Oh,
know
really?
he had. I know his wife,
What
the
she
one he was
comment?
married
What
to,
she say?
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Keep talking, Carmen Diva.
the one that he was married to when he was first arrested. She was one of my students when I worked at OPS. And had this Negro name tattooed big on her. It was either on her face or her neck. Nico in big ass letters. I'm like, mm. But the thing with him, what made him so popular and pretty much ruthless is it was his family goes back generations. Like his great grandfather was like a tribal leader, Indian tribal leader here. But
Mm.
as far as their family and drugs and violence and stuff like that, they did a report on them on Channel 7. I was just, and then they did it in the newspaper even more in depth. I was just like, whoa. Because I know some of his family members very well. But his mama had tried for years since he was a little elementary kid to get him help. And they would not, the state would not help her. So at 7, he took a loaded gun to school. At 7.
Mm.
He has been in and out of psychiatrist offices. They done said he's schizophrenic, manic depressive, all kind of shit. But he refuses to take the medicine now, and he said he is ruled by a Greek god named Apophis. And he's the one that tells him it's a Egyptian snake god. That's what it is. And it tells him what to do. This mug has tried to kill himself in prison. He has sliced his penis in half to make it look like a snake. He sliced his tongue to look like a snake. He did all this in prison. And this is why he's there now. The time before that, before he started this killing spree, he came up against the parole board and told them, if you let me out, I am going to kill people. Do not let me out. He sat there and told them this during his parole
And
hearings.
so he didn't even meet criteria to be paroled then.
No. He had no remorse. He ain't had no remorse since he killed the nigga that was he took a picture with the nigga that was his cellmate. They hung out, and then the next night him and his sister killed him. The very next night. They got pictures of them two together.
So
Hanging out.
the sister was psychotic too.
Oh yeah, that bitch is crazy. Oh yeah. And my mom was one of the my mom at the time was working as a guard down at the jail while the sister was there. I was like, I wish you would come home and tell me that this bitch done did something. I promise you, I will go commit a crime so that I can go to jail and fuck this bitch up for touching my mama. Do not play. But hell, his mama, his sister, uh, a couple of cousins, uncle, all of them for the 4 murders that was committed here, all of them got arrested. Cause the mama was the one that bought the ammunition. Like, why are you buying this motherfucking ammunition? Why are y'all giving him a gun? And he was only out of prison
Oh,
for he was only out of prison for 2 weeks.
well, y'all probably can't see this really, really well, but this is the video that I did a couple of years back. And in the comment section, remember DJ Clayton,
Yeah.
Carmodiva? He used to always support our channel. I don't know what happened to him,
Well,
but in the comments, there's in the comments by Ejax X6. I don't know how to say shit, but he commented that she is a random because we were discussing him and his fiance, and we was discussing who the fuck wants to marry somebody, who the fuck would want to, because he's a killer and murderer and all this kind of stuff. And that's what our video was about. So somebody had posted on a video, the comment said she is a random. My uncle Nico don't even know this girl. She just wants some clout. So then underneath that, Don Arguello, which is the fiance, I don't know if they married by now or if she's still with him.
I think she is.
Was the fiance, and she said, "I'm sorry you feel this way because Nico knows me very well." And so somebody else said, "It's actually you. Wow. Let me ask you this: why would you want to marry this man?" So yeah, she commented on my video. And I had commented back to her. I said, "Damn, it would be nice to, speak to you or, interview you or, I hit her up, left her a message, but she never did respond."
I think he is married to her now, because I know
Yeah.
he's not with that Shalonda girl no more.
And what was his name?
Nico Jenkins.
Look him up, honey.
Nico Allen Jenkins.
He had issues since very, very since he was very, very young. He had always had issues. His mother always tried to advocate for him and get him help.
I give her that. She tried.
So she basically believed the system failed her.
And she gave up. What could she do?
Mm-hmm.
What more could she do?
And he went to prison. He went to prison for some bullshit. And as soon as he got out, like hours later, like literally hours, days after he got out, he went on a killing spree.
Oh yeah, I seen him before. I mean,
yes,
I've seen
Nico Jenkins. Yes,
with just stuff all over his face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Looking like Mike Tyson in the face with all them words and crosses and all them other things he got going on.
Tyson got one tattoo. This motherfucker got all kind of random shit.
But that one tattoo take up his whole damn side of his face.
Take up but hell, have you seen Sukiyana?
Who?
Sukiyana. The girl that's on Love and Hip Hop.
I don't know. I ain't watched Love and Hip Hop in ages.
She got a tattoo on her face, and at first when I seen it last year, I was like, she was the one that said that she sold her soul to the devil, and she was trying to get rid of it, and she couldn't do it, and this and that. But then Trina came in and was like trying to mentor her.
So it's Love and Hip Hop Miami?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sukiyana. She is, when I say trash galore.
She just got her butt done.
She was engaged to a nigga named Kill Bill.
She got a BB, what do you call it? BBL. BBL, yeah.
Young butt lift. Or basement butt lift. That's what I call them. Cause they ain't getting them done in no Brazil, bitch. You got that done in somebody's basement. And you better be careful, because it might be one of them people related to that chick that was putting cement in people's ass.
I remember that, man. So many women. Oh my god, what was her name? What's K Michelle? Was she one of them with the fucked up booty? Remember
She
she said,
had but hers was from something different. But she didn't go to that chick
"Oh,
though.
it wasn't that shit."
Hers,
I
I
just
think
remember
one
her
of them
ass
popped.
couldn't walk, and she was in pain, and her shit was all.
Yeah,
Her shit
because
was fucked up.
it started leaking. Is
Yeah,
what happened, and when that
she
stuff
was
gets in
scared.
your system, it'll crystallize in your muscles, and
Yep. She said it was in
yeah,
her veins. She said they literally have to like not her veins, but maybe her muscles, like you said, maybe it was, and they
it
have
get
to
all in
really
your
go in
system, and you
there.
get sepsis, and they have to go in and clean it and scrape
Yep.
it and all that.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's scary.
that's
All
very
because you
cool.
gotta have the biggest ass in the world. Just like
Because I'm
remember
telling
all the
you,
people who wanted the breast implants back in the day and them shits. Remember when the breast implants first came out and that shit was pop
man,
and burst and they inside they
yeah,
girl.
these people still. I'm like, I used to look at these bitches, be like, y'all want bigger titties? I'm trying to get mine smaller.
Y'all
The
better
fuck you
shake
doing?
work with what your mama gave you.
I'm like, hell, I done had shoulder, neck, and back problems my entire life. The
Work with
fuck
what
you
your mama
do?
gave you. Shoot, my booty was flat. I don't care. Sometimes it was flat and
Okay,
it
I
started
got a
getting
flat
it got a
ass.
little wider. I was
Yeah,
like,
I got a wide ass, but it ain't round, and I hate
I'm
that.
gonna work with what my mama gave me. Shoot, even when I was a
Okay,
small little girl and I didn't really have no booty or nothing. I always had boobs, but I didn't have no
I
booty or
always
nothing.
had titties.
Oh well. You
Okay,
gotta work with
and I
what's in
tell
the
my
front. If
kids
it ain't in the back,
before I
work with
had kids, like if I pulled up pictures of me before I had kids, man, I ain't gonna lie.
shit. Before
I
I had kids, I didn't have no booty. I still had
I
all
didn't
breast.
have no booty. I still ain't got no booty. But I was a cold piece. I
I
was.
was woo.
I had the big titties. I had the flat stomach. I had thick thighs and shit. And the
Girl,
little,
I did too. Shit, we all
I
did
had
back in the day.
the little
Shit.
definition in the waist. I still got the little definition in the
We
waist.
all
I'm
had some
like,
bomb ass bodies back in the day. Angela Bassett ass bodies. Shit. And
oh, my body was never
then
like
came
that.
the kids.
She said, oh,
And then came the
Hold on, let me
kids.
stop you. My body was never like
she
that.
said, oh,
And
not mine.
then came the kids. Wasn't nothing wrong with Angela Bassett's body?
No,
Shoot.
No, there's nothing wrong
she
with it.
said her body was never like Angela Bassett's.
Oh, I'm like Miss Angela Bassett.
I
Shit,
might have
that
been more
bitch
like
still
Aunt
got
Drew
it going
Bassett.
on. Shit.
Stop it,
She
girl.
still got it going on. But no,
And
I
then
was
I
a
had kids
tomboy.
and looked like Roseanne Barr for a while,
I was
but
a
You so
tomboy growing up, but
stupid.
tomboy and all, I still had it. I still had it. Sure.
I mean,
But
but
well, we had to play. We had to throw some. We had to do throwbacks today. Um, it's Spirit Week, or you know what they call it for your job when it's like Spirit Week or Customer Service Week, and they do like a
I
Spirit
ain't had
Week.
a job in I don't know how long. And the last one I had, them motherfuckers did not appreciate, man, Nurses Week. Do you know how hard nurses work? And these motherfuckers will give you an
Uh,
umbrella or a canvas tote bag. I don't want this fucking tote bag. You can take this shit
well, we
and
got a $15 girl. We got a $15 gift certificate to Amazon for this customer service week. But one of the days was Wednesday, and it was way back Wednesday, and they wanted us to show a picture of us from when we first started. Like we didn't take pictures of work, but just a picture of you around the time that you started working at the job. So I'm gonna show you the picture that I took like 2 months before I started working at my job in 2000. What's this? 22. So this was in 2013. Yeah, 2013. So this is me. From
that was
2000,
her little woman phase. Her little woman.
2013.
Little woman phase. They don't know about little woman phase.
I got the you can't probably tell, but the stilettos is like 5 inches.
You got stilettos on?
Yep. Hold on. Let me blow it up. Let's see the hills. Hold on.
Oh, okay, I can see it now.
See the hills?
But
They was
you
like,
can
they was at
still look
least
short.
5 inches. They was at least 5 inches. But I was short. You know I'm short anyway. Don't be talking about my height.
Okay, I ain't gonna talk about you.
How tall
People
are you,
still
Tanya?
But I'm like 5'3".
no shame.
Oh, dang.
I am too. I think I'm like 5'7"
About
now.
4. She about 4'11 and a half.
No, I'm not that short. I'm
Dang.
like 5'3" and you know,
If you was 4'9", you could get a check.
give or take. But with heels, when the few and rare times when I did wear them, I would always get like 5 or 6 inches because I like to feel tall. I'm short
And
on
she
my
still
life.
didn't make it.
I'm short, but this is the picture. This is the way back Wednesday picture that I sent my human resources. And today at the end of Customer Service Spirit Week, they showed all the throwback pictures. And all the people in my department, I've been here like besides one other person, I've been here the longest. One other person, he started in like 2008 or some shit like that. He been here forever. But I started my job in 2013, and that was 9 years ago. And that's pick I took like 2 months before I started my job.
I just got something to say. Y'all talking about appreciating. Appreciate your nurses. Tip your nurses.
Girl, tip them. Did you say tip the nurses?
Tip your nurses.
All right, is that even allowed?
It should be.
Damn,
Like
We
when you walk out
really can't.
the hospital, you just be like, here's a little something, something.
We actually cannot. It's against the law for us to take tips and stuff like that because it could be seen as.
If it weren't for the nurses, though, some of them doctors be making some jacked up mistakes, baby.
Oh hell yeah!
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Half of them don't even know.
Isaac?
What's happening, Tanya, baby?
Hey, baby.
Oh, that's nasty. Hold
I love
on.
the sound of his voice.
Baby.
It's been a while. How y'all been?
No, wait a minute. Hold on.
Y'all, do y'all follow him on Facebook like
Isaac?
Because he
Isaac.
of many colors. The hair, the beard,
Isaac.
like everything.
Who's at it?
Isaac. The
Yes.
last time you was on here, you left us after you was singing and all that, and we ain't heard from you no more.
I went on tour. Look, I went on tour.
Listen, I listened to about 3-4 videos of you singing and worshiping and doing little medleys. I was like,
hey, piano or the keyboard. He was on the keyboard on the patio. Yep.
Yes.
And I ain't heard nothing else from him.
What color is your hair today, Isaac?
It's still like the white blonde that I have.
The white blondish that I just saw on Facebook.
Yes.
I think he been having his hair in all kind of different colors and everything on Facebook. I'm like,
I love his spirit.
See, I want to put like a whitish blonde, just a streak in my hair, like with the color that you see there.
Yes.
I want to do that. I think that would just be so fire.
You definitely got the complexion for it. I think you can pull it off.
Yes, indeed.
I'm so glad to hear from you, baby.
Yeah, it's been a lot been going on. I said, let me see. I said Friday Night Live. I said, all right, I've been working so many hours a little bit lately. So I said, let me come see friend Yerby. I'm so glad to see y'all on here too as well.
It is so lovely to hear your voice, to see you on here. You know we love you, Isaac.
We love you back, baby. What y'all was talking about? I didn't even come in and listen to. I'm just
talking about a serial killer.
Oh my God, we've been talking about all kind of different serial killers. Just talking shit. We started talking about Dahmer. You know how how a lot of people's in an uproar about the Netflix series, and how a lot of us enjoyed it because we really learned a lot that the media wasn't putting, or the cops wasn't putting in the media before. And then we got to talking about different murders in our state and different areas, and we've been talking about kids and how we grew up and they was in gangs and in the streets. And we just been talking. Isaac, you know how we do on Friday.
Yes, baby. It's unedited. Yes,
So if
it's
you want to
raw.
throw something out there to discuss, you know you welcome. Shoot.
Oh, y'all was coming to listen. I was actually coming to listen because I always come and y'all always have a great topic. Come, you know. So I was like, let me step on in here, baby.
Well, did you happen to watch the Dahmer series?
No, I haven't watched it yet. I've heard reviews. Like a friend of mine, I'm going to eventually watch it. I haven't seen any of it. I
I
haven't
think
seen.
it's a
I've read
movie.
some articles. I've read some articles on it, and I don't. I don't know because like I've heard from a lot of people like, well, we didn't need to really see that, but
I
from what
think
I
you
read,
do, Isaac. I
I think
really think you do.
I think we do, but because here's the thing, it's like from what I can see, from what I looked at a couple of articles I read, it wasn't just like, oh, he was just doing it for
Exactly.
killing black people. It was a thing for where he was just so twisted. He had a fetish and a kink that went too far.
Yep.
He had a fetish, and I don't think because me and a good sister of mine, we was having a good conversation. He's like, well, I had to ask this question. I said, well, how many times outside of if you talk to most same gender loving black Americans, there'll be more times where what Jeffrey Dahmer did was brutal, but more often than not, we have to worry about other black people doing something to us because we same gender loving and black versus the Jeffrey Dahmers. I have had to worry about more heterosexual black men doing something to me for that reason than I've had to worry about white men doing something to me for that reason.
And not only that, but you think about, like you were saying, you get it more. I mean, just like crime is committed predominantly where you live. You
Yep.
know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
It's usually white on white, Hispanic on Hispanic, Asian
Mhm.
on Asian,
Which
black on black.
Hispanic is white too, child. It's just spicy white, but go ahead.
They get white with an accent.
It's white with a taco, child. You white with a tortilla.
Oh Lord,
It's
Jesus.
spicy. It's spicy white. Because people be like Hispanic girl. That's Spaniard. It's from Europe.
Spicy white with a tortilla.
Yes, but
But
no. Go
yeah,
ahead. I'm
but
sorry, baby.
no, but just kind of reiterating what you're saying. I get what you're saying because he was kind of an anomaly. It was You don't necessarily see that happening, where a white person is going out, and I don't even think he was going out to do that. It was like he go out, get these men, and he bring them home, and then something snap. And not giving away too much in the series, that's kind of what happened.
He took him with a plan. He was
Yeah.
planning on killing
Yeah,
him.
it was usually a plan. So I think you'll get that once you go further into the movie. But it was usually a plan. He had plans to do certain things to certain people, and basically they were not leaving his crib. Except for that one. And I don't want to give any spoilers, so I'm not gonna go into deep, but there was this one that he really was in love with. But anywho, y'all,
No.
I think it's like I said when Isaac first came on here, a lot of people was in uproar about it because they think, well, y'all, the family done already been through this, and y'all bringing it out again, and y'all opening your wounds again, and woo woo woo. But from this series alone, I done seen I don't know how many documentaries and movies about Dahmer, and not one of them gave us all these details and this information. Recorded police calls and neighbors' testimonies, and I mean the one incident. And Isaac, you gotta watch it. But the one incident where Niecy Nash, she plays the neighbor who called the police over 200 times about her neighbor that she thought something was wrong, and she was so brilliant in this miniseries. You're so brilliant. I got to give her credit where credit's due. to Niecy Nash. But the fact that it was black men or Latino, basically of color, you know, that he basically staked out, brought home, drug, murder, whatever. The fact that in the prior docu-series or mini-series or whatever, we just knew that we knew they were black, but it was like, okay, he picked up a black man, he took him home, he killed him. It was nothing like the source of listening to the police phone calls, listening to the neighbor begging the police, crying, damn near in tears to the police. Please, why don't y'all come? Please, something is wrong. Please. It's
like I hear them tussling. It sounds like somebody's being murdered over there.
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, this neighbor is listening to saws in the middle of the night, listening to bones cracking. She can hear
the
walls. And she's begging the police. Somebody's getting murdered. She's telling the police, somebody's getting murdered. Somebody's child is being killed. And the police was like, okay, ma'am, we'll be there.
Don't care.
And I mean, just don't care. I see what CP was saying, you know, given his former profession. I understand what he was saying, you know.
Yeah,
there are some people who need people who, you know, call for attention.
Kind of stuff.
But but if somebody is, I mean, at the very least, if they calling and telling you they hearing shit all night long, every damn day, they smelling stuff from this one
kids have to move out. Her kids moved out the apartment because she couldn't even keep her kids home any longer because they couldn't stand the smell coming from the neighbor's apartment.
You know, that's what I was like, because a friend of mine she was saying that Jeffrey was saying in the movie that y'all made it easy, and I've always said this, like, I've had my few run-ins, you know, with a swirling, you know, having encounters with other men that are not black men throughout my years. And one thing that I have noticed, you know, it ain't my first preference, but one thing I can always tell, that regardless of how whatever goes down in this bedroom, it doesn't matter how stereotypical black men are seen as these Mandingo warriors, even among gay men. When we I can have sex with a white man, honey, when we put our clothes on, it don't matter how much I talk to him.
Hold on, Isaac, babe. Somebody got a TV in the background that's kind of loud.
That's me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
One thing I it's never went to my head whenever I would have an interaction that this somehow trumps his masculinity or somehow makes me more of a man than him simply because of the act that we're engaging in the bedroom. Because one thing I know for sure is that when we put our clothes back on, what you're going to be able to get away with and move about, it's abundantly clear. Like, I had this one white guy that I used to be good friends with years ago. We didn't really fall off. And I can tell that whenever we would go somewhere in public, the way that he's treated with more respect, regardless of us both expressing our sexuality, the way that he can get away with stuff and how he's able to get past us with stuff, despite him being a same gender loving man, but at the end of the day, he's still a white man. So I've heard.
Was it from his community or from our community?
No,
or
he's still a white man across the board. Because even with Jeffrey Dahmer, what I've heard about that case is that the neighbors were constantly calling. Now, had that been, I'm quite sure, had that been in a predominantly white neighborhood and you were getting those type of calls, you would have a different reaction. Because it's the same to this day. If a white gay person gets into a situation where they're threatened, they go from being, I'm queer, I'm here, to just, I'm white. So with Jeffrey Dahmer's situation, even with the neighbors calling and calling and calling, I'm not surprised as a Black American, same gender loving man, that it wasn't treated as the same way. Like the urgency, even without me seeing the movie, I can tell you that that does check out to where it wouldn't be taken as serious. Now, if they were white homosexual men in a certain neighborhood, I believe that those calls would have been taken far more seriously. So when by you telling me that about me even seeing the movie, I can just tell you like it doesn't translate. There's no such thing as a universal gayness, which Tanya have heard me say this before. There's no such thing as a universal straightness. Y'all are not all in solidarity with all women of limited to no color simply because y'all all have the same anatomy and the same sexual orientation. That doesn't work like that anywhere.
That's true.
So I am definitely going to want to go see it, but by hearing y'all, because y'all like you're not the only person that mentioned that about the phone calls being made.
It was so sad, Isaac. When I say I was so disturbed, I was more disturbed. All the shit that Jeffrey did, all the shows we've seen in the past was disturbing. But this one, I was way more disturbed with the police department. The local officials, I was way more disturbed. DC Nash, I know she gonna get so many awards for this because the way that you can feel her pain, her concern, her, and even afterwards, after the fact, she blamed herself still after the fact. Like, what else could I have done? You know, what else could I have done to make the police believe something was wrong?
It's, you know what? And speaking of which, it's funny because another movie topic that I didn't go see it, but I felt some type of way about it, and it's The Woman King.
Oh,
I can't wait to see that.
I didn't see that last week. Why? Well, you don't like that movie, Isaac?
The reason why? Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm sorry. Okay, because like Peep Game, right? Y'all notice when Chloe came out to do The Little Mermaid, there was an uprising from the white feminist community and from most women. Yep. Oh my God, you can't be a black. Ariel's not black.
You cannot be a black mermaid.
And then I noticed with the whole Star Wars movie, and then I also noticed with the Game of Thrones House of Dragon with the brother, you know, it was the Game of Thrones fans that was watching, okay, you can do flying dragons, but a wealthy, rich black guy in the 15th century is unrealistic to you.
You're right, but they ain't heard of Mansa Musa.
Yeah, but exactly. But one thing that kind of messes me up about The Woman King, especially looking at The Little Mermaid, I'm contrasting those two because I just noticed that okay, America or they don't want Black American females, little girls, to see themselves as dainty songstresses, as softer in that way. However, when I look at The Woman King and Black Panther, it's just kind of like, well, okay, the same people who 3 million dumbs down like a black person becoming the Little Mermaid doesn't care that you're being also perpetuated as these very masculine, strong-looking women,
because that's all they can handle us in. They don't see us, period, across the board as dainty,
just look back at slavery days and how they described us in the slavery days.
And that's why that movie, when I saw the preview, it rubbed me the wrong way because I'm looking like, well,
I take it differently. I'm gonna throw a different take on it.
Go ahead.
I haven't seen the movie yet, but I'm gonna throw a different take.
It's incredible.
I'm seeing, where we've always seen the white patriarchal system, but here we have this strong, intelligent, fierce warrior sister.
So nice to see us so strong. I'm sorry. That movie
where we are leaders.
Everything. That movie is everything.
And yeah, she's not the most feminine, but even in the previews, I don't know, there was something that resonated. Like when I seen that they were about to give her, make her the king, where
Well, you
she
know
just
what?
kind of, I seen some of her feminine, to me, I saw some feminism in there. Like, well, damn, I
But you know what I liked from you know what? Okay, so I went to see this with a homegirl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And being that I come from an era where there was a lot of gangs and whoop whoop out there. I used to fight a lot. I used to do this, do that, and that. And I was like, man, I could have been on the damn team. I could have been, I used to fight a lot. I could see myself being out there with an axe, with a saw, with a sword, with doing all these acrobatic skills and killing men. And I saw myself as somebody who could have possibly been in that position had I been in that day and time. And a lot of the
Yeah, I would
women,
have went out with that. I would have went out and fought too, but I would have been in the war room. I'd have been more
but see,
strategic.
the thing about it is, you wouldn't have even been there if you were wanted, and that's the thing about the woman king. The women warriors, they were not wanted, and a lot of them didn't want to be wanted. Like the young girl who was 19, her father kept trying to marry her off to these old ass men who, I mean, okay, the one scene where, you know what I'm talking about, the youngest girl with the short hair, when her father tried to get her to marry this older gentleman, older guy, and the guy right in front of her father and her mother snatched her up, grabbed her around her, just smacked her, and was just beating on her ass. You're gonna be my wife, and you're gonna do this, and you're not gonna talk back, and you're not gonna.
Still happens.
It's like, but hold up. You ain't even trying to impress me.
It's happening
Yeah,
right now.
She
Yeah,
said, okay, let me go over here.
and I heard about stuff like that, and see, that's like for me, it's just like it. It doesn't bother me seeing Black American women, in particular, be in positions of power, but at the same time, I just see it as a chess move that white feminists are playing off of that whole thing, because it's like, think about it, the writers are all white women, the director is biracial, it's a biracial Black woman, so the words from, what's her name, Maria Diamo, forgot her name, how do you as white women watch Braveheart, a movie with that's very patriarchal,
oh
very
yeah.
much white male killing other white men in battle, and you think that, her words not mine, gee, how come there isn't a movie with women like this? Well, hold on. What happened to this whole white feminists? Oh, I am woman, hear me roar, and all of that. So how come when you were watching the men of your genophenotype being brave, how come you didn't take that time then as white women to show yourselves being just as strong against the men of your peers? How do you watch white men in Braveheart and think Black women in Dahomey, unless you do see Black women as just as masculine as you see white men on the battlefield?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I whooped many niggas in my days. And I see why a lot of women, like when we really truly learn the history, like there's a lot of things that we do not know about the motherland. Like I did not, some of y'all might have known, but I did not know that there was this force of women who were unable to be married or unable to have kids, or they was just disrespectful to their husbands, and they fathers or their husbands just dragged them off to the king. They take her, you can have her, put her on the your fighting team or what, your warrior team or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't know about our history all the way back to Africa. I mean, the things that I learned from just watching this movie, we know about the slave trade, we know about a lot of things like that. But even in that movie, there were some things that I picked up that I did not know.
Now, did you know that this story is partially based on a true story?
Yes, it is based on a true story. That's what a lot of
There
people think.
are women warriors.
Loosely based off.
It's based on a true story though, because there were women warriors
Yeah,
back in the day.
And a woman king. There was a woman king.
And there was a woman king.
But the Dahomey, I knew about the Dahomey years ago when I was, called myself trying to be a Christian and a Hebrew Israelite.
Mhm.
I studied about the Dahomey. The only issue that I have with that too, they're painting the Dahomeys as if they were the persons who were trying to prevent slavery. History is so far from everybody, not just white.
But see, they actually were participating in slavery, and then I think they kind of played it off like, okay, we're losing. Our country is going to be isolated. Our country is going to be obsolete if we keep on selling everybody.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But when you listen to people from, because I have friends that are from Benin and from the continent and lived in other countries, that's not how that happened. Matter of fact, the Dahomey Empire, and I believe in the early 18th century, don't take my word for it, they were writing letters to the British Empire so they could continue slavery when they were stopping. Like that, my issue is that with that too, it's
but
like
that could happen. I could see that happening.
yeah,
Like
my
if
thing
like
is
because they did say if they stop the slave trade. Remember what the white man said? He said if you stop the slave trade, you guys are not going to have anything. I do recall him saying that in there, and they was like, "Fuck it, we gonna."
Yeah, that's my thing because here's the thing: if those of us who are, regardless of being connected to the lane here through indigenous blood, those of us who do have African blood, 20% of us come from Benin, West Africa, Nigeria. So,
yep,
it's a problem for me as a Black American when you're painting the see oppression is oppression. I don't give a damn. I'm not gonna give a fuck if you look like me or not. If you sold me into slavery, you're a slaver. If
Right.
you, my problem is that with that is that I have no problem showing the imagery, but don't paint. That's like you're doing a civil rights movie, and Ulysses Grant is the war hero of the Yankees. Like, don't sit here and show me the people who were for slavery just because they look like me and you paint them in a fabulous light. I had a big issue with that off the bat because the people of Dahomey, and it was by for. Oh, and if you listen to the records of the European men that are telling you, they were getting their ass kicked. It's a bad thing when you have 10,000. Yeah, you have 10,000 female soldiers, but you're going up against the French in a skirmish with 3,000. How come 5,000 of your warriors are being killed and wounded, but only 1,500 of the French is wounded and killed?
Well, see, what I think with this movie,
it's I'm sorry, it's just hard for me to. It's like one of those things where it's like, well, these women were forced, and that's another thing. It's kind of like what happens in America today.
they were forced to either fight, or basically if you didn't want to fight because your family didn't want you because you was unmarriageable or whatever, then you would die. You basically they would kill you off. But what I think was I think this was a certain time of period where this really did happen. It might not happened over decades or centuries, or I think this was one place in time where they needed warriors, and these women who men didn't want to marry or they couldn't have kids or whatever, their families could sell them off. They were no use for them. And the only use they had was for the king to, be not owned by the king.
I'm gonna rebut kind of what I said. What he has
was just a certain time and period that it happened. So I'm sure you're probably right where you said, okay, later down the line, they were back in the slave trading or whatever. But I think for a moment in time, this really was truth. I mean, there is history of this stuff. There is records and documentations of this stuff.
What I'm saying, what I wanted to kind of go kind of disagree what I think about. Well, not necessarily disagree, but you said you find it hard to believe that these women cut down these British soldiers that was getting their ass
Oh, I
kicked.
believe they was. I mean, I was cutting down niggas in the
But think
80s
about,
and
but
90s.
no,
God
no,
knows
no.
I was. And I didn't look like them. I wasn't working out 12 hours a day.
But think about it. They were thinking as men, and these women were going out there not only skilled warriors, but they were
And how
going.
they
Some of them were going out
they
there,
were training like men. They
but some of them were going out there with feminine wiles too. They laying in bed with them, getting their secrets, killing them in their sleep, all kind of shit like that. So that may be how they were able to cut down some of these armies because they used everything they had.
But see, the thing about it was a lot of those armies back then also, they didn't train like the women. Those women trained day and night, night and day, day and night. And I mean, they literally like, okay, so the story about them actually have to go through thorns. Like they have to go through thorn bushes. And if you couldn't get through the thorn bushes, you was automatically eliminated. Like they skinned, they was peeled, they was bleeding, they were, I mean, all this kind of stuff. That stuff really did happen. Like there's history, there's documentation of this shit.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that for centuries and centuries they had this woman group of people who fought, but I do believe that for a certain period of time they did have these woman warriors, they did have this woman king.
No, they did, but
They
it's
still went
not in
back
the
to doing slavery and everything, but
but it's not in the context of how they. That's what I'm saying. It's a gross it's a gross misrepresentation of context. I'm not denying there is history of everything that you're saying, but in the context, if you didn't research or read anything on the Dahomey, if you watch, I fear for people to watch that movie who didn't do no research because you're going to walk out thinking that the Dahomey were the heroes of the movie, and all around history being recorded from every group of people, they're going to tell you, what's his name? Neil Hirschman, who's a Black American, will tell you he got here due to the invasion of the Dahomey, of the women king, of the women warriors that were going to nearby villages. Because see, the thing about the Dahomey tribe, they weren't gangster with European tribes. No, they were only gangster with other neighboring African tribes.
And they show that during the movie, and I think a lot of people might be blowing it out of context actually, because the story, and I guess you just have to watch it. I mean, the story,
I'm not going to spend no money.
The story is okay. One day it's going to come. One day it's going to become free.
Right.
You might be able to watch it on Netflix, Hulu, or
yes, I will.
You know what I mean? But one day you might be able to watch it not at the movies. But from what I got from the movie was at this time in history did happen. Basically, what they are just showing is that there was strong women back there. There was strong Black women warriors. There were women back there who defeated men armies, and that's what I got from the movie. I mean, you could go left, you could go right, and say, "Oh, but they did end up staying in the slave trade later down the line." But what they are focusing on is just there were female women warriors out there who fought men, who defeated men for their kingdom. That's what I got out the movie. But I really think that's all they're trying to focus on. But again, if you didn't watch it, you know, it's kind of like if you didn't watch Dahmer and you're like, well, I don't understand why they showing Dahmer again. We didn't already show it 5, 4, 5, 5 times. What else do they need to tell us? Like, unless you watch Dahmer.
Yeah, but see the difference between I can watch Dahmer over Woman King because it's not a complete gross opposite of what happened. Like what happened.
But you gotta understand though, Isaac, every movie, every series, mini series, document anything, it'll tell you in the beginning that everything in here did not. How do they say it? Like a lot of the some of the story might be exaggerated,
Fictionalized.
Yeah,
fictionalized.
but
You know
that's
what I'm
Loosely
saying? So
based.
yeah,
They
but
say
loosely
loosely
based.
based.
So even the Dahmer story, they tell you a lot of this is fictionalized, loosely based, because they have to make it entertaining. They can't just go in there and be like, oh, he killed him, he killed him, he killed him. You know, they have to make, and that's what anything we watch, even the most truest stories, they still say part of this is fictionalized, part of this is exaggerated, part of this is, you know what I mean?
and I do get that. I really do get that. But it's just when it comes to, I mean, but the thing when it comes to black stories, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Black Panther, it's all of the stuff that we get from like source. It's tied to what happened in history with some form of oppression, with
Yeah.
some form of. So that's so it's different for us. It's not like we can. It's not like we're getting stories like She-Hulk and
Mm-hmm.
Thor to where no everything that you get from Black Panther to Wakanda to the Woman King is supposed to be allegedly based off of what happened
Mm-hmm.
in history. And my thing is just that it's just for me, and I don't know everybody's not gonna feel that way. And I'm not telling people they're wrong for not
Well,
having
that's
that.
okay. You know, that's what the hood table is all about. Should we
It
might,
it it
you
it,
know,
it, it just kind of and it just rubbed me the wrong way. And then look again. When I look at it, I'm like, okay, how much what are white women saying to us how they see y'all?
mm,
Like that's my thing too. It's just like they don't want you to be mermaids, but at the same time, white women are creating movies based off of seeing white men be warriors, and instead of being the feminist, I am woman, hear me roar, they take a story of your history and over fictionalize it to tell a story. See, because I wouldn't trip like all of the action. I want to see the movie to be honest, because I love black women. I
I
love.
would really, you know what, Isaac? Listen, I know
I'm
you.
gonna be
I would
honest.
really
I
want
don't
to
want to
watch
be
it.
no mermaid
I
because I
would love
can't
to
fucking
watch
swim.
it and
I'd
come back.
rather be I'd rather my kids see something of themselves, fighting back, fighting for something instead of this
No, I
bullshit
would
we
love to
see
have
out
this
here on the
conversation
street.
with Isaac.
And I would rather have my kids to see
Mm.
somebody somewhere in their history that somebody fought back, that they wasn't just slaves and singing songs and skipping around in the fucking fields and
Yeah,
shit.
because
That
I don't even think
True.
that the woman kings or the woman warriors, I don't even think that they were a everlasting thing. You know what I mean? Like back then
it
in
wasn't
those
in the sea.
times
But
with the
then again,
slave
it's
virgin
also
stuff,
on to the parents too to teach. Like my daddy, it was on my daddy to teach me all of this stuff. And just like I teach my kids and I show them and I make sure we go to museums and we read books and we watch documentaries. Now we speaking on factual stuff and he was saying, Isaac was saying, I'd rather not watch that. I get it. How about we have our kids watch something, we hear about the discrimination that black soldiers felt during World War I, World War II.
but see, my
Has
thing is,
anybody ever heard of the Harlem Hellcats?
to honestly give an opinion about something, I feel like you have to watch it. Like, there's been movies when I'm like, I ain't watching that shit. You know, movies of the past that has nothing to do with black people. I'm just saying, and I'm like, I can't really give an honest opinion about it until I watch it. But I really would love for Ice to watch it. I mean, I know you probably don't really want to, but maybe one day you'll watch it. And I would love to talk to you about it then and see what your thoughts. But I really think that when it comes to the slave trading days, that a lot of the people who were, I really do believe, like in the movie, that a lot of the kingdoms in the movie, because Africa was like little kingdoms here and there,
Yeah,
and
it's
they
multiple
they
countries,
really
multiple
were
tribes.
like working with the white people, because it was either like they kidnap you and they capture you, or you help them capture other black people. And
Well,
then
they was doing
it's
it
just
because
like
they were a lot of them were profiting, and they were it wasn't necessarily they were selling off people that they liked. they selling off their enemies. They selling off
Right,
people that's
but they were
useless to
selling
them.
off people that they were selling off people that were even in their community because they knew it was like, okay, how do we survive this situation? But then when these other tribes was coming in kidnapping people from their tribes, they're like, fuck this, we gotta fight these people. So they weren't fighting the white people, they were fighting other black people who were kidnapping them. That's what the
Because
movie
it
is
wasn't,
about. It's like
but
okay,
it
we
wasn't
understand the
profiting them
are
the white people were giving them stuff. They would give just
the
like the
white people
Indians,
were the white people were giving them stuff, but it was
giving
like
them
the
trinkets and
woman
shiny shit.
warriors. The woman warriors, they were fighting other tribes who were kidnapping them and selling them to the white people. So it wasn't like, and I think I think in the end that it could have came to pass where the white people. I mean, you saw how the white people they was getting them at every corner, every angle of Africa. They was high, low, mid, west, east, south. It got to the point where they was getting them from every area in Africa.
Right.
They was just stealing them and kidnapping them. So I do believe that the woman warriors didn't last forever. I just think they're just focusing on a certain part in time to show you how strong these women were at this time to fight for their people. So I see where you coming from, Isaac, as well. Like, okay, but they still, and then the white people was trading and what. But I think the movie is just focusing on these women who are real life ladies who actually fought for their community, fought for their kingdom to keep their people from being enslaved. And that movie is, I'm telling you, that movie is off the motherfucking chain, especially in the end. Especially in the end. When they when they were getting their people away from that other black tribe that had stolen all their people, was selling them, and they were literally about to board the ships. That ending is everything. So yeah, I don't think it was like literally a movie about a whole time area. I think it was like they just showing, okay, these women kings, they were there. They are real. This is what they did in the moment that they did it. But it's like everything. Like if you're a woman, if you're a small girl, if you black, you will love it. It's like
You can get empowered.
you can definitely get empowered from
Yeah,
it. Like I said, when I was watching the movie, I was whispering to my homegirl, "Oh, that could have been me. I was out there, I was busting niggas in the head when I was younger. Shit, I was fighting niggas. I mean, I got a scar right here on my damn hand. That scar going up and down from whooping a nigga way back in the day, like my teeth marks and everything. Boy, I used to whoop a nigga up. But I was like, damn. I could have been like one of them.
You could have been on the set. I mean, and just here's the thing though too, because it's not like, because I do enjoy seeing female athleticism. You know what I'm saying? I really do.
They were like, ugh.
It's not like, because I don't think that masculinize a woman because she displays physical prowessness. I'm not thinking that at all. But and for me, that's the part where I would be excited to see, because I am a big Marvel, DC, comic book, anime type of guy, and I play video games too, and a lot of times the characters that I fuck people up with on the fighting games are the female characters at that, right? And that's where, like, for me, it's just like, okay, I have the appreciation for the cinematography, because those are some beautiful black women. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Looking at the presentation of it,
that tall African lady, I done heard a lot of negative comments about her, but every time I see her, I see beauty.
Yeah, I see the beauty in the presentation of the different phenotypes of beautiful melanated women on there. I wish they could have kept the movie just about the imagery. I just wish it wasn't the tone of it's being presented to everyone like this is history. And that's where, for me, it's just because I'm into like a lot of history, to where I was just like, okay, you could have.
And see, that's why I said I see what you're saying, because I don't think this was like history, like, oh, this happened for millions of years. I think this was a certain moment in time where they had these female armies and they fought, and it was just during that certain amount of time. But still, in the end, it still is history, you know.
It's hard for me. It's
we don't have to agree to disagree on this one, Isaac.
Yeah, we will. It's revisit. I believe it's revisited history. I
still want you to watch the movie, Isaac.
I'm a watch.
He gonna watch it. He just ain't gonna pay for it.
I'm just not gonna pay. Yeah.
Okay, we gonna get you the bootleg version, Isaac. We gonna get you the bootleg.
That's fine. I'll watch it online. I'll wait for it to come out. I just can't. Just as for a person who studies history and religion and stuff like that, I'm just like,
I understand.
And I have friends too that are from Benin, and I've heard firsthand stories of how terrorizing it was for them to deal with a Dahomey versus what you're being shown who they are as heroes. You see what I'm saying? It's just, and I might be a little bit more personally attached, but that's because I have friends that are they're like my brothers and sisters to me. They're from the continent, and you listen to their parents and grandparents and what they tell you.
I get it. I understand. I get it. I get
it. But you know, neither here nor there. I wish that that Black women, they would embrace both images, like both sides of femininity. Like the strength, the beauty of your femininity isn't just in the toughness and what you've had to endure. There's also a lot of intelligence there. There's also a lot of nurturing that required innovative thinking. There are a lot of sides to the strength of who you are as women that I can see that for other races of women, you know what I mean? They show that, and it's like the way that they did She-Hulk. They kept her so much. They catered more to the delicacy of her femininity in She-Hulk in ways that I have not seen them do in Black Panther. And from what I can see was presented in The Woman King. Like I could watch the whole series of She-Hulk, and I saw that it never once came across as her strength is only in her femininity is not only because she's this Hulk, and even when she was this Hulk, which was a strong, because I'm not talking about being dainty and fluffy and shit like that when I say that. I mean, it's a different balance that they gave her dimension as a female character when they're white female characters, even when they're fierce and fighters. It's a different nuance that they use in presenting that presentation to you versus when you're the heroine. That's one thing I noticed.
I got you.
And
I certainly understand.
And I'm gonna go, but I am going to go check it out. I'm definitely gonna go check it out when it comes out, because it's one thing I have said before, and it is the truth.
Well, what do you think about Divine's comment in the chat? Said, I've seen 5 different history books from school from 99 to 2000. They change every 4 years.
Absolutely. But that's because the history is always changing.
Well, people are,
and they're I'm sorry, and they're always putting out new information. They're finally starting to come out with the truth.
That's why I said a lot, even with the dollar story. I feel like it's a lot of stuff that we still don't know. Like, that's
but I'm saying, as far as history, it's not just his story anymore. They're coming out with the real stories now.
His story, her story, their
story. But you know, one thing I will say, the part of me too, that it is not about the. It's just too optimistic. It's around politics time. It's time to start voting, and now. So think about that. So now
that's what I was telling Tanya about this law that they don't put about the
but also think about it with Woman King. Okay, so now we want white America's gonna go see that you like watching movies or support something that, yes, you're happy in the strength, but you're also I'm just gonna go left for just 1 second. It's just
like you.
Well, it's not just that, but think about it. when this movie comes out, like Woman King, that's a nuance for them to say, well, see, we told y'all that you enslaved each other without using specificity of country, tribe, etc. Because every single person's not from West Africa. 20% of us are that are here, but not every single person is West African. But my point is just to say that yes, this movie does lay the groundwork for them to see. Well, you can't get reparations because well, y'all are out here glorifying being y'all are saying, y'all are accepting the argument of Africans selling other Africans. I just think it's too optimistic that you're going to show a movie. Now we're talking about reparations, but this very movie is showing you more, like
Thank
what
you for
y'all
calling
said.
Wednesday. Good
It's
night.
showing you more of black people fighting against other tribes, and I think it's just going to be used as a talking point for when it comes for politics. It's
Oh,
going to
you
be
know somebody going to use that. Somebody is.
somebody's going to use that. I mean, because I've already thought about it. Because I always think about if I
Herschel
was.
Walker is going to use it.
Yeah, they're going to use that. And I'm not saying that's the reason not to watch the movie, but I just see it's just so opportunistic that, and that's being put out at the very moment when we're really about to get back into voting, and it's getting
Yeah,
time.
we really about to get. And speaking of voting, you guys, please,
Nothing changes
please,
until you go to the ballot.
our people
That's
for
where they kill
hundreds and
you at, is
hundreds
the
of
ballot.
years for our right to vote. So
That
please
is it.
make
I say
sure
those
you
that
get
don't
out
vote
there.
can't say shit.
True.
The
Those that
people who
don't
did
vote
not
can't
order
say
those
shit.
early ballots that come to your crib and you can just vote. I mean, if you got to get out there in the streets, whether it's, I don't know what the temperature is where you guys are now, but we waking up to like 35 degrees in the morning right now here in Omaha, Nebraska. But get out there and vote. And a lot of people don't
And
like
educate
to
yourself
vote
on
at
what
the
bills are being passed
in
in
your
your
own local community. Like a lot of
yeah.
people don't take this part of voting seriously. They only take the voting when it comes to the presidents
Right.
seriously. So
But the
we have
president
to,
don't really got nothing to do with what happens in your local
Yep.
government.
with our local government and in between and meantime, when it's not the official presidency votes, you still have to vote. You still have to speak up for your community, for your neighborhoods, for your city. So I'm hoping that everybody, I've been seeing a lot of people in our community from Precious McCanson and, other people, Terrence and, them advocating that we make sure we get out there and vote, in these upcoming weeks. So please, everybody, get out there and vote. One way or the other, just vote. Like, we ain't telling you who to vote for.
Right.
Just vote. If
Yeah.
you don't know who to vote for, do a little research. Do a little research.
Did y'all see that despicable ass ad by the black dating app? Like the rap song about
Hold
going.
up. Carmadino was talking about some black dating. No, that wasn't dating. That was just
Mm-mm.
it's
No.
baby. It's just look. I do
it's a
want.
black dating app.
It's a look. If you look it up on YouTube, it's a gag, cause it's Trina in it and Saucy Santana, and
Oh.
it's like a go up and go vote type of thing, but
I'm gonna have to look it up.
I it's just like, why are you
Is it
equivocating?
really distasteful or is it?
It's distasteful, in my opinion. And I'm not a bougie nigga at all. I ain't fiddly
What
dee.
is it? Right
Neither are
message, wrong
we. We
message?
are
No, it's
Bougetto,
black.
Isaac. We are Bougetto over here. Okay.
I'm just it's kind of like, I just don't like the fact that you're telling people to go based off of, like, if you're not dating through this app or trying to hook up, you're conflating it with politics, and I'm just like, it's
I'm gonna have to
just
look that up.
like, no voting, no vucking, not the F word, they use vucking. It's just kind
What?
of like, why why are these two things, Why are you
What
projecting?
do one have to do with the other?
Yeah, like it's just when you see exactly like what does the cost of tea in China, you heard me, got to do with the costs of oranges in California?
Oh, that might have to be
Right.
the topic of our next discussion. Carmadiva, listen, since low, we need to Isaac give us a moment, Isaac, so we can we can look this over this website that you're referring to
Yeah,
because
it's the ad. You can YouTube and look up, dating commercial ad with Trina,
yeah, I'm gonna
and
have to look that
it's like
up.
2.5 minutes. And when you see it, it's like, and I'm saying this even as a person who's same gender loving, I find it still despicable just because you have a gay man up there with some nails, like Saucy
Hold
Satana.
on.
You just because you have him up there, am I supposed to say, oh, because I'm a gay man and this is representation? Yeah, representation of fucking ignorance and
Oh
foolishness.
my gosh.
Like
And
it's
I
just
think
like
he is. I think he is the worst. That's just me. I
I
just
can't
don't
stand.
like
Yeah,
him.
I can't stand. It's like what type of like no other nationalities of people that in America have ads like this for vote. Like nobody like. And,
You know what? I'm gonna check it out later. I promise y'all, I'm gonna check it out later. And that on the Friday, our next Friday Night Live,
yeah,
that will have to be a topic.
we will. Like, I'm just
I'm
take
gonna
a
make sure I inbox you too, Isaac.
yeah, just inbox and you'll see what I'm saying. It's like, it's like come, like
Look,
nah, brother.
he can't even
He's
talk.
like, oh, Isaac is
He
like
can't even
done.
form
Like,
words.
And I have a lot to say a lot of times, but it's just like it's like I don't do respectability politics. I obviously I don't, but it's just like I'm looking like, well, hold on, bro, you're, and I get what some people are trying to say, like, well, you got to reach people where they're at, and I'm for that. Trust me, I am for that.
sound like
But
some church people would say.
yeah, I'm for that.
But
But it's like,
but also let's lift our people out of that bullshit.
yeah, like like it's insulting to me when you're. I don't see no, even when it's a light-hearted ad that's they trying to get you to just go out for. There are no other communities that equivocate sexuality, and when I mean just sexuality, I don't mean any particular gender that promotes sexuality, sexual prowessness with getting to the polls. Like it's just not what it's at for me, bro. It's just not.
That just sounds crazy. So that just leading me more and more to want to know why.
It's in
I'm
your
gonna have to
inbox.
check this out.
See,
Oh yeah, you just sent it to me.
I sure did.
Yeah, if you could pull it up, well, we could probably save it for another time. But I'm saying it's a short video. It's we can save it for another
Okay,
topic.
Yeah, I'm
Tim.
gonna say it for another
You
time
know,
because we going on 4 hours here.
Yeah,
Girl,
I was
yeah.
about
I
to
get up
say
early in the morning for work. So
my phone just said I got 5% and it
I
started
know
out
I'm
with
up here looking at my phone. It got 20%. But
and I had a full
yeah,
tank.
I totally enjoyed all the conversations tonight.
Yeah.
Man, bro, Isaac, I don't know where you been. I know everybody been going through a lot of shit, but
Yes, I'm
you need
about
to
to
get
talk
back
to y'all
into
about
doing
that.
your YouTube videos as well too.
I
Because I really love, and I told you this a long time ago. I really love where you be coming from with your topics, your ideas, your mental approach towards different subjects and stuff. So yeah, I love when you are on here. But yeah, your channel too.
I got to
I'm gonna
work.
need you to get on.
I know
Like I
I've been
said at the
slacking.
time, Sislo, I can give it up to Sislo. She has been doing more on her channel. She has been Comediva, my other bro. Y'all, I'm gonna need y'all to get on y'all shit because
You already know what I'm going through.
y'all be having so much to say though. But even if you're going through stuff like you're going through, Karma Diva, when it comes to losing people and stuff like that, those could be good topics too that you discuss on your YouTube channel. How to cope with the loss, how to cope with death, how to cope with, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I lost my mama 7 years, so you already know. I understand.
I was there. I was there.
I
You remember?
understand. But sometimes talking about it really, really helps. And a lot of people sometimes need to know that somebody else feels the same way they do and they going through it too.
I
So
mean, I talk about my mama I talk about her every day. I sit here and look at her picture all day, every day. I
and
mean,
sometimes that might be a little helpful for the people who might be online, might be in the social atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? But
I
it's just
just
I'm
like I
not
said.
forcing nobody to talk about shit on their channel. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
No, but I'm just saying,
it
you know,
could
like
help
I said, it's
somebody.
getting close to when she died October 28th.
Yeah,
It's coming up. So
I get it. I get
yeah.
it. I get it.
I just got off the phone with a good friend of mine who buried his 78-year-old mother Monday. And I was one of the closer friends that was there, that actually helped, her out when she needed someone, to need someone to watch her and stuff like
yeah,
that.
Yeah, we all need someone when you're losing a parent.
Yeah, I mean, my lover went
everything
through it.
you though.
My lover of 13 years, he lost his mother, this year too.
Hmm.
Mm.
So it is something
Yeah,
else. But
it'll be a year on October 28th. And I did, Tanya tell you, I mean, my brother did as much as he could, but he was in Hawaii. He's
Yeah.
stationed in Hawaii. So it was just me
Yep.
and
yeah,
my kids. Because mama lived with me and my kids for the last 11 years. So it was me driving to Chicago, flying to Chicago, putting her in a nursing home, putting her on hospice. That was the hardest thing I ever had to do was sign them papers and
Yep.
walk out to that hospital room knowing that was the last time I was gonna see my mama breathing on her own.
Trust me, I understand. I had to put my mom on hospice too. Trust me, I understand. Ask
yes,
them,
indeed.
do you want to stay here at the nursing home? Do you want to go home? What you want to do?
She didn't even have she
Always,
didn't have the
so
capability to give me that information.
You had to make the best, but
you had to make the
but
as
you,
the responsible
but,
I had
child.
to go. Yeah,
Mhm,
but
cause I was her, her contact person, so I
mhm,
had to make all the decisions. And then even when my brother was here, I had to go and become her legal guardian to to actual make legal decisions
decisions.
for everything.
been
I
there.
was the
I
one. I picked out her coffin. I picked out her clothes to be buried in. I got the person. I got my beautician to do her hair. I bought her jewelry to be buried in. I
mhm,
contacted the funeral home. I picked out the flowers.
And
mhm.
you know what's thing? Because even right now it's fresh for you, but I could tell you as a person who did the same thing for my father, at the age of 19 through 23 through Katrina. I was that person by myself with my daddy, no other kinfolks. Right now it's fresh, but see what's gonna happen throughout the time. See, baby, you was there. You was there.
Yep.
You was there. See, right now you go through that pain of just you miss them, but it'll get easier for you. Can't speak for your other siblings, but it'll get easier for you because you're gonna be able to look back and say, you know what? I was there through the end.
Yep.
I honored
And
my
my
mom.
mother know I
Yep.
had her back, and that's
Yep.
what I was telling her earlier. I said I was the one. Like with my brothers, I ain't. They even watch me sometimes. My brothers, but it is what it is. I was the one.
I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
My
understood that.
brothers
My
didn't
brother's in
have
the army.
shit with shit.
My
My
brother
brothers
couldn't.
didn't
It's
have
just
shit
me
to do
and
with
my
shit.
brother. But
Yeah.
I
You
thank God.
remember?
I do have other family. They were here for me, and I thank God for them. But like
But
I
do you
said, I
remember
was.
Karma Diva when I was out there? Car washes, chicken dinners, fish dinners,
Mm-hmm.
featherbone dinners.
Yeah.
I mean, fundraisers. I'm out there raising money to bury my mother because I didn't know that her insurance had lapsed. Where was my brothers? And I love them immensely, but they couldn't handle it.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't handle it. One of my brothers couldn't even come to the funeral. He was so just fucking tore up. So trust me, when I say that it's gonna be hard for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
but it's gonna
I
get
mean, even
easier.
now, I was
It
talking to my
does. It
cousin.
eventually will get easier. But the fact that your mother know that you was there.
Yep.
You did this, that you did that. You helped bury her. You picked out her clothes, her jewelry. I'm telling you,
Yep.
that's like some
I
type
was
of
talking to my cousin the last week, and I told her, yeah, I have guilt because I feel like, did I do enough? Did
oh,
I not do
trust
everything for her? Could I have fought
you for a
harder?
long time, girl. I've been knowing you for a long time, and knowing your mother for the short time I did. I'm you did your mother proud. Trust me.
Yeah, and that's
And I
something
and I
that
truly believe that she knows that you did her proud.
that's something that everybody goes through.
Yeah.
Because I went through the same thing, and I know I gave my mama everything while she was living, and
I
everything.
tried to always give her flowers while she was alive.
Right. So
And
she
that's part of
knows
the
that.
reason why I don't go to the cemetery, because I'm like, my mom was not there. Her body is, that shell is there.
Right.
Yeah, but her soul is. I barely go see my. I'm like that too. My father been passed away for a good 13 years now, and oh no, that's a lot. No, actually longer than no. I'm sorry. My relationship. My father been passed away now. I think going on a good 15 years now, and I barely go see him. See that corpse because I feel exactly how you feel. Like that's a shell. The soul, the mind, the heart of that person has transitioned. And then because it's one thing for me, it's like funerals. I don't want to open casket funeral. I want to be cremated. And the reason why, because after when I saw my daddy in the casket, it wasn't about him being dead. It was like I could have just did without seeing your embalming food body to know that you're deceased. Like as a presentation. Like seeing it once, okay, to see the body, identify the body, but I didn't need to. I would have much rather have my memories, which I still to this day I remember the lively person, the soul of that person being there, not that lifeless shell.
I remember both, and it's hard.
Yeah,
Both of
not both of them. I remember both. I'm not gonna sit and tell you no lie. That's why I said I could have just did without the whole, like once identifying the body, like at the hospital, at the coroner's, fine. But then the whole funeral thing of them being dead haul up, and I could personally deal without that image, not because it hurts me or it bothers me, but it's just that's not when I think of that person. I'll tell you that to help you, if it'll help you, don't reduce the last memories to the sorrowful part of the relationship. You feel so much sorrowful because of the joy that you once and pain that you once shared. But I would say incorporate the memories of what made you love that person while that person was still walking with you. That makes it a lot more easier because yeah, that last part when they sick, dying, you got to take them to the hospital, dialysis, all of that. Yeah, that's hard memories. Like I'm not gonna sit in line with, especially when you had to do it for some years, like you had to do it. But
my
the
mama was
memories.
fast. My mama went within 4 months. She went
Okay.
down from walking, driving, doing everything to herself to dying within 4 months.
Yeah, it was kind of like that with my pops, but except it was 4 years. It was like a switch. Like Katrina hit, he was 79, and then bam, dialysis, and I was 19, going on 20, and I understand that feeling. Like when you see a person that's independent or they're over to do, especially when I don't know how your mother was, but if they were like my father. That they like to be independent and do their own thing. And and just to get yeah, but see, I'm gonna give you a secret about that too. And this is the truth. Even what you doing, what you did while she yet lived, there was absolutely nothing that you could do to replace that feeling for them. Like that feeling of feeling what could you do more. It wasn't about what you could have done. It was more for them what they wanted to do for themselves. And even when you're the loved one that's there is absolutely nothing you can do to ease that sorrow for that person, because you have to look at it like, yeah, I'm wiping your, well, my kids, my daddy, yeah, I'm wiping your ass. I'm
I did it
bathing.
with my mom. I
I'm
did
doing
it
all of
with my
that.
mom when she was on hospice, wiping everything.
Everything. But when they in the moments where they are in the moments and when they're there, you can see where, okay, the sorrowfulness or the wanting to let go comes from a place that when you step out, yourself as just being a child, and then you
That
be,
mine was with my mom. She didn't want us to.
yeah.
She was like, like
Mom,
she used to always thank me, like thank you, thank you. She'd be in damn near in tears. Thank Mama, you ain't gotta thank me for cleaning you. You
but
ain't
she
gotta
was
thank
always saying that
like
before she had that last stroke. But see, the thing with me and Tanya, know, well, they all know, they shipped my mama from Omaha, Nebraska, 8 hours away to Chicago to a nursing home near because apparently they were the only ones that were set up with a dialysis bed anywhere close to the Omaha area.
Mm.
So I had to drive the first time to chase this damn medical van to see where they was even taking my mama. And then the next time I seen her, she had had a massive stroke and she was not there anymore. That was when I put her on hospice. She wasn't there anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she wasn't, and it killed me to tell my mama, it's okay, mama, you can go, you can let go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this for and that's a beautiful thing that you did that, because see, that shows that it's easy
She was
for,
suffering.
yes, yes, it is easier for us. Yeah, because see, you get up and walk away and go get your glass of water or go use your restroom when you want to. When that person, especially when they have hints, when they realize that they can't, there's a part of us that, we, it's hard. People say it all the time. It's so fucking cliche. Oh, if you love someone, let them go. Well, when it comes to your elderly, when it comes down from when their time has transitioned or when they go be with whoever they create or what their belief is, that's that time when it says you gotta love them and to let them go, because, well, hold on, I'm not suffering in my body. I'm not in the agonizing pain that you're in to want to stay here. Matter of fact, your body's telling you that I've had enough and I'm ready to go. Your soul is telling you, I've had enough and I'm ready to go. And especially when people are more mature and older, I'm not saying that they're going to die necessarily younger, but I also consider that, well, hold on, my daddy was born 1926. I think he's seen a lot. I know he's seen a lot. If he died in 2009, he's seen a lot. He experienced so much more than I can only fathom. And how can I want you to hold on because it makes me feel better? But if you love me like I love you, you've always loved me to
exactly.
do what's best for me, regardless if it wasn't the best for you. This is now the part where you've already did it. Now you've already done it from what you tell me. You loved her beyond just your interest. You loved her beyond just what made you comfortable. By you saying it killed me to let her go, that's so beautiful. I almost cried, girl, when you said that, because I felt that thing. Because that's a love, that's the type of correct love when people say, I love you enough to let you go. That's the most appropriate time to have that fucking attitude right there.
I agree. Yeah, and that's what makes me feel good. Um, even though it hurt really bad to let her go, was that the fact that I knew I was there. I know what type of relationship we had at the end. I know she know I loved her. She loved me. I did everything that I could possibly do. I mean, I'm out there slanging and fish dinners and shit. Everything I could just to have a decent funeral and stuff. When I didn't know that she didn't have insurance. My dad didn't even know that she had dipped into the insurance, and I mean, we just didn't know.
Uh-huh.
It was like a fucked up situation. You talking about somebody who was always on Facebook? Y'all need to put insurance on y'all damn family members, and y'all slanging on the street collecting money. And then when it got to me, I'm like, oh goddamn, I gotta do the same shit that I've been harping to other people about having insurance and shit because we didn't know.
See,
So
when she
Mhm.
first started getting sick, I knew she had let it lapse, but she had told me she did. And I tried to, when she first started getting sick, I tried to get her on some insurance, but they wouldn't let me because she had too many pre-existing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way me and my brother did it, which is why it ended the way it did, is I ended up planning everything and he just paid for everything.
Yeah. Well,
So
shit, I wish I had some brothers that paid for it. Shit, Carmen DB was there. She
I know
watched on, watched
I
on.
was there,
It was
my
car washes
cooking,
and everything at the
cooking chicken
YMCA.
and frying chicken and shit like that. I was
Yeah,
there with,
we was
and
doing it
like
all.
you and Don was there for me, and I appreciate y'all more than y'all know. You
Oh,
know I was running on autopilot that day.
Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be there for each other, especially when it's that time when we gotta let go of a loved one, a child, or a mother, or whoever.
I was on straight autopilot. I don't remember half the people that was there.
That's what
People
friends
say,
are for. That's
people
what friends
telling me who was at the funeral and this and that, and I'm like, I didn't see them. I
And
was,
that's what friends are for. And as soon as you said, we need cakes, shit.
I
The
tell
girl
people
was in the
it's
kitchen
different.
doing
That
what
that
I do
front row,
best. Doing what I do
like,
best.
nobody understands until you have to sit on that front row.
Nobody understands. Mm-hmm.
That front
how
row
old?
is something different.
How old was your mother?
65.
Oh yeah, she was kind of young too. So
Yeah,
yeah,
my mother was younger than that.
my mother, yeah, when my mother passed, she was 52.
Yeah, my mom
But
was in
see,
her
it was always a blessing, and we always counted our birthdays as milestones because her mother died at 28. My grandmother died at 28.
Mm. My mother, yeah. Now what's going on? Let's see, because my mother's a Scorpio. Her birthday's coming up November 20th. She would have been 84 years
That's
old.
my grandfather's birthday.
Oh wow, yeah. My mother would have been 84 this year
Oh wow.
because she was born 1940.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, my mother would have been 84 years old. But
But
yeah,
my picture on my phone, my background is me and my mom on her last birthday.
yeah.
We
Now
sitting we was getting ready to go out to eat. Take her to her favorite Red Lobster for
yeah.
her
Oh
birthday.
baby, I loves me some red. I go to the
I
Red
love me some red
Lobster.
lobster too.
I don't even like lobster, but baby, them biscuits and them
I
stuffed seafood
know.
mushrooms, girl, I go just for the. I'll
Oh, the
fuck around and get the
mushrooms? Oh
biscuits,
yeah.
babe. I will sit there and get full off of them biscuits and them stuffed mushrooms. You heard me?
I get my own order of mushrooms. If y'all want y'all some, y'all can
Yep.
share. But
So we
these
might have to
here
go
is
to Red
mine.
Lobster next week, Karma Diva. Sure.
We can do that. But we made sure we all my brother and them went to Red Lobster on her birthday, and we went here in Omaha for her birthday.
Yeah.
So
Now I'm
we,
gonna have to plan a trip next year because see, I've never been to the great state of
A
Omaha,
lot of people have never been to Nebraska. We're
and
like
there's actually
Nebraska.
quite a bit to do in
the
Omaha.
biggest city. We are the biggest city, even though Lincoln is the capital. We are the biggest city in Omaha, the city with the most black melanated people.
Okay.
And in
Oh,
Omaha, like we are right in the middle of the motherfucking map, Omaha.
Oh, okay,
If you
okay.
look on the count, look tomorrow, pull up a map and look at Omaha, Nebraska. We
we
are
right
right in the
here.
middle. That's why we used to be the telemarketing world, the shipping world,
The,
capital,
stockyard capital, all of that.
stockyards, everything. We are right. Everything had to cross through us.
The
Back
railroad. That's why UP is the
railroads,
head.
things.
That's why UP was headquartered here. That's why ConAgra was headquartered
Yep,
here.
yep,
Campbell
What?
Soup had a big headquarters here. Yeah,
yep. Oriental trading. I mean, we can go on and on, but all
And
the
I got a
like
reason to come see Tanya and all of the ladies, so I got people to come see.
yeah.
yeah, baby.
Oh, we like to party. Trust me.
Oh,
We
Okay,
go
see,
for
let
every
me
party.
time
know
we
so
have
I
somebody
can
come from out of town,
We
we
look
throw some epic
off of
parties.
this because that time you got my number when I'm coming. I'ma sure let you know so that way I can get my little Airbnb close to the area.
we have an epic when we have people come in from out of town. We be
We
having
throw
epic
epic
parties.
parties.
Like Epic parties, kicking it. I don't know what all kind of activities you like to do, but we be doing cards and spades and dominoes and games and just all
yes. We do drinking
we
games.
found
We
that
got
like
people that like to smoke. If you
barbecues,
like to smoke. If
we
you don't,
cook,
drink,
barbecues,
drink.
all that. We do it all. Just be kicking
And
it.
everybody brings something to eat and
We
something to
have like
drink.
potlucks now. Of course, it's always at my crib, so I do the majority of a lot of the cooking. But everybody brings like a dish or a side or a drink or something. But
I
yeah,
see your food, Tanya. I can't wait to get
we've been having a good old time. I'm telling you, my house is like the party spot. No matter where I move, it's
Right.
like.
She tried to throw it on the rest of us. We were like, no,
And I
we
be
good
like,
at your
dang,
house.
none of y'all want to throw no party or no shit. Nope, we coming to your house. Like,
We good at your food.
We be kicking it. But yeah, just hit me up anytime, you want to slide through here, through the great old North, O to the N to the E, Omaha, Nebraska. And, we'll make sure we show you a good time. It's a lot of things to do here. Even in the wintertime, Omaha gets real cold in the winter, so I don't really suggest you travel in the winter. But, and if you happen to slide through in the wintertime, there's still a lot of things to do here. But
Right.
I just want to thank everybody for sliding through on us tonight. We've been on here almost 4 hours, and y'all know my husband is up super early in the morning to go to work. But I appreciate you, Isaac. We love you. We miss you.
Thank you for
And I
having me.
appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Isaac know how the hood table is, and for y'all who might have just been here for the first time, how we was disagreeing with certain things, that's what the hood table is about. We discuss all kind of shit, and if we don't agree, we just don't agree. Ain't no up here, no arguing, no fighting, no. We just agree to disagree, and we carry on and go to the next topic. That's what the hood table is all about. Okay, so don't get us twisted.
Yeah, we love each other very much, baby. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
We love each other. We have a lot of fun with each other and love on each other. So thank you so much, Isaac, for sliding through on us.
Thank
and
you.
everybody else, make sure you like and share the video. Subscribe to the channel. If you're not already subscribed, please and thank you very much. Any last minute words from either one of you?
You know what I'm gonna tell you. Gonna say my words.
No, you gonna say it. No, I ain't
gonna say my words. You done bit my words for long enough.
Gonna say Isaac, do you got any last minute words, Isaac?
No, you know what? It's been a pleasure. I've definitely got to come back and be more active. I'm always so welcome. Lovely to be here. Everybody just have a beautiful rest of the month, day, year. Shit, we only got 3 months, 2 months.
I know.
So, but no, I'm a holler at you. I'm definitely gonna holler at y'all next week and see that about that other topic. But that's all I have to say.
Yes, we definitely gonna discuss that other topic next week. Yep.
Yeah, y'all have a good night, ladies. I'm gonna jump off here.
All right, love you, boo.
Love you too, baby.
All right, baby. All right, now, Carmen Diva, nope, you gonna say your piece. You gonna say I'm not gonna do it.
I'm not gonna say nothing.
All I'm gonna say is I say it to one, I say it to all. Watch, no.
Bro, ain't even on here to co-sign.
Okay, here we go. Everybody, make sure you like and share the video. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed, and always remember to what?
Keep it hood. Oh, you didn't even say it. Stay safe, stay smart.
No,
stay vigilant.
I'm just trying to get stay safe. Did you say smart?
I said stay safe.
You know that ain't what we
stay
say.
Smart, stay vigilant, and at all times, keep it hood.
Keep it hood. Keep it.
Stupid. Bye.
Love you, girl.
Bye.